What up, guys? Gangsprings are back with a brand new episode of my monthly figure purchases. Welcome back. We are here for the month of September 2023. Hope you guys enjoyed last month. That was definitely a fun month, and I'm saying that, and I honestly can't even remember what I did in that video, but go check it out. I'm sure it was a good one. Speaking of good ones, we got another good one this month with September here. A lot of fun stuff happened in September. I don't know why I said a lot of fun stuff. There's just like one thing. We had Hasbro Pulsecon. That was pretty cool. They announced some cool stuff. We might or might not be seeing some stuff that was revealed there on this episode. Spoiler, we probably will. And there were some other things that were revealed during the month of September, and we'll go through all that later in the news and pre-order section. Pre-ordered a bunch of stuff. We'll talk about that at the end, but let's talk about some figures. We got a pretty sick month for September. Some pretty cool stuff. Some stuff I've been looking forward to for quite some time, so I'm happy to finally have it in hand. And some surprise stuff. Some stuff I didn't think I was going to get that just kind of made its way into my possession. I don't know why I said it like that, because that just makes it sound like I stole it, but I bought it for real, with real money. So we'll be showing that off as well. And I finally got the figure for the giveaway. We're going to be talking about that in just a second. Before we get into the figure showing off, I am going to play a pre-recorded video for those of you who are not familiar with what I collect. This might be your first video. I've got a video that shows everything that I collect, all the different collections I'm building towards. So I'm going to play that real quick in case you're not familiar. If you are familiar, you've watched this series a couple times or whatever the case may be, I will put timestamps and you can just kind of click to wherever you'd like. I would say if you are going to click on the timestamps, don't skip ahead too far because I got some stuff to talk about after this pre-recorded message. So without further ado, let's cue up that video and let's get into some good stuff. Before I show off what I got for the month, I'm going to quickly go through what I'm collecting and what you can expect in this series. And it breaks down to 8 different collections. First one, we got Marvel Legends. For this, I mainly collect Spider-Man and X-Men, mainly anything that comes in those lines. I've broken down and basically started collecting one of each character. I don't collect everybody per se. There are characters where I will shy away from. Characters who I'm very not familiar with, I will stay away from. Unless they're on clearance and they're a good deal, I might snag them up. But I tend to just stick with characters that I'm familiar with or I know somewhat. And with Marvel Legends, I don't collect any MCU figures. I mainly just do comic, video game, or animated show design characters. Next, I collect McFarlane's DC Multiverse. For this, I mainly just do Batman, his allies, his villains, just kind of get one of each. I am starting to build out some other collections like Flash and Green Lantern. Now I'm kind of looking to collect one of each major character. Major villains, major heroes, kind of do like a Legion of Doom and a Justice League kind of setup. For this as well, no movie figures, strictly video game or comic inspired designs. Next, I collect Transformers. For my Transformers collection, I only collect Beast Wars figures or animal characters, whatever you'd like to say. With this, I started collecting with the Kingdom line, and that has transitioned to the Transformers Legacy line, so that's what I'm collecting now. I also collect the retro Beast Wars figures, and for this, I'm just kind of looking to collect a one of each, Predacons, Maximals, stuff like that. Next, I collect Dragon Ball S.H.Figuarts. For this collection, I'm just looking to collect one of each character. Now, each character does have multiple forms, like Goku, for example, has 7 different Saiyan forms. I might collect those all eventually, but my main priority is just getting one of each character. Next, I collect Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. With this one, it's a little weird. I like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I respect them more than I like them. I grew up somewhat with them, but I'm not crazy about them. But I like them enough to where I want some representation of them in my collection. So that's why I've decided to collect the Loyal Subjects Best Action line. For this, I just really want the Turtles and Shredder. They are creating other characters, but for me, I want to collect all 4 Turtles and Shredder. And once I have that, I'll start to collect some of the other figures. But if they decide to end the line eventually, I'll be happy with having the Turtles and having Shredder. Next, I collect video game characters. For this, I mainly collect characters from video games that kind of mean something to me, my favorite games. I also collect some figures of characters from other games, kind of, bigger games, Sonic, Mario, stuff like that. But I tend to just pick characters from games that I really care about. Next, I collect Power Rangers. For this, I collect Hasbro's Power Rangers Lightning Collection. With this, I'm looking to collect one of each Ranger, each villain, just one of each. There's also a couple different items in the Lightning Collection. They're starting to do the Zords, and they do some roleplay items. For me, I do plan on collecting the Zord Ascension Project as they release more of that. In terms of roleplay items, not for me. I'm just about the figures. And then last but not least, I collect wrestling figures. For this, I collect mainly WWE Elite Style or AEW Unrivaled Unmatched. I collect both those lines. I'm just looking to collect one of each wrestler. And fun fact about this collection in particular, it is the only collection of mine that I take out of box for whatever reason. Everything else stays in the box, and I display it as such. So now that you know what I collect, let's see what additions are going to be coming to my collection this month. All right, there you have it. It breaks down to 8 different collections. I actually am probably going to update that because I want to change some stuff in the Power Rangers, and I think I'm going to add the graphic novels to that as well and make it 9 collections, even though it's not a figure collection. It's still part of that. But yeah, for this month, we are going to be adding to 7 of those 8 collections. I'm not including the books, but we do have some books this month. But in terms of the figure stuff, unfortunately, no additions for the TMNT Best Action line. There was nothing released that I was able to get my hands on. Everything else has either 1 or more additions. So we'll be showing that off in a second. But let's start off with a biggie. Let's start off with the giveaway that I feel has been fucking episodes in the making. God, it feels at least 2 or 3 episodes now, but I'm happy to say it has finally come to a conclusion. I found the figure that I'm going to give away. Just want to shout out, this is my 1-year giveaway. I've been doing this series for over a year now, and it's just been a lot of fun. I appreciate everyone that's been on the journey with me, whether you're jumping on this episode, the previous episode, or been with me from the beginning. Just want to say thank you. And how else can I say thank you by giving something away? So, the figure I am going to be giving away is a figure. It's really nice. It's really cool. It's actually very nice. It's kind of evil though. It's very evil. It's very nice and very evil. Figure I am talking about is the newly released ringside exclusive figure of the very nice, very evil Danhausen. Like I said, ringside exclusive. You can't get it anywhere else. Walmart, GameStop, Target, nowhere else is it available. This is an online exclusive. And when I was thinking about stuff to give away, I was trying to think about, what collection of mine should I give away? Like, not my personal collection, but like, should I make it Marvel Legends themed? Should I make it DC themed? Wrestling? I went and looked up a bunch of different things that were kind of coming out, and I saw that this one was coming out. It came out at the end of August. And I actually did get another figure with this, because if I just shipped this on its own, it would not be worth it. So we'll show off that figure here in a second that I got with it. But our main focus here is this very nice, very evil Danhausen figure. And yeah, this is going to be the figure that I am going to give away. I think I should show off what you can win, and then we'll kind of explain how you can enter to win this figure. So I think it's a really cool looking package. Right here, we got a nice shot of Danhausen with his cape. And one of my favorite parts about this is we've got some Velcro here, keeping it together. And if we open the Velcro, the cape opens up and we see a nice shot of the figure here. 3 heads in total, 3 sets of hands. Cloth cape, I think, is a very cool touch for this figure. There is going to be a couple Danhausen figures that are going to be coming out soon. Unrivaled 13, I think should be coming out by the time this episode is released, or maybe it might be before. I don't know. It's coming out somewhat soon. And then there's another Danhausen figure that's going to be coming out as part of a 2-pack with Hook. That's going to be an Amazon exclusive. And both of those have, I think it's a rubber cape, something along those lines. It's not a cloth cape like this. So if you do want a Danhausen with a cloth cape, this is the only way to get it. Personally, I'm not a fan of the kind of camo pants. I know it's not really camo, but it's kind of close to camo. I'd rather have Danhausen with like the black pants and the red deco and stuff like that. Like if it was a solid black, I'd be like, yeah, I'm gonna buy this figure. I'm just not a camo guy. It just doesn't do it for me. But here we'll get a nice shot of the Danhausen. Let's do it again. We close the cape and then we open it up. It opens up and we see a very nice and evil figure of Danhausen here. So very cool touch with the packaging. I think not AEW, but Jazzwares always does a pretty good job with their exclusives. I think they do some pretty cool stuff, and we'll be talking about some exclusive that they're doing later that has some really cool packaging. So look forward to that in the news section. Let's show off the rest of the box. On top, we got a little window and Danhausen's name right there, looking quite nice. On the bottom, we got some boring stuff. On the left side, we see a very, very close-up shot of Danhausen there. In case you kind of want to scare somebody, you can just, do a jump scare like, wah! Just fucking horrifying face. On this side, we see Danhausen's name with the little swirly image and a little cut off of his face there. We see half of his face. Very evil and very nice. And on the back, we see a nice shot of Danhausen here. So very, very cool package. And this can be yours for the simple price of a couple steps. So to enter this giveaway, I was kind of thinking about how I'm going to do it, and I think this is probably going to be the easiest way. The cape doesn't really want to... I don't want to damage the box because I'm going to be sending this out, so I'm being very careful with it. And yeah, obviously I'm not going to open it because, it's not for me. I'm giving it away to somebody. Actually, what if we put it like this, maybe? Yeah, that might be good. So I've been thinking about a couple ways on how to do this, and I think the best way is going to be the following. So to enter the giveaway, first off, gotta like the video. Show some support for the series. I don't think I'm asking too much. It just helps out the series. So I'd really appreciate if you can drop a like on the video. And the second part to entering this giveaway is leaving a comment saying very nice and very evil. If you do those two things, you will be entered into the giveaway roulette wheel that I'm probably going to do. I'm going to let it go for a few weeks, and I think on the next episode of my monthly figure purchases, we'll do the big reveal and show off who's going to be getting the Danhausen figure. I'll show the random draw and what I plan on doing. So yeah, that'll be for the next episode. So again, if you want to enter the giveaway, like the video, number one, and number two, leave a comment saying very nice, very evil. That's it. That's all you got to do. You only have to comment it once. Commenting it multiple times will not increase your odds of winning. It's one entry per person. So yeah, just one time, very nice, very evil. That's it. And you will be entered to win the AEW ringside exclusive Danhausen figure. Hope you guys are pretty excited about that. I think it's a pretty cool figure. When I wanted to do this giveaway, I wanted to give away something cool that was not accessible to a lot of people, and some people don't shop online and stuff like that. So this is a cool way if you're trying to get this figure. This is a easy way to win it. So good luck to all, and now we'll get into the figure showing off. So I guess since we started with the giveaway and Danhausen is wrestling related, we'll start with the wrestling figures first. Got 2 editions this month. One of them I ordered alongside Danhausen from Ringside Collectibles. This isn't a Ringside exclusive figure, but I believe they were having a sale and it was just a really good price. So I was like, hey, yeah, I'm going to grab that. And the other figure is something that I did not think I was going to pick up, but we'll talk about that in a second. But let's talk about the figure that I ordered alongside Danhausen. Actually, kind of similar to Danhausen, comes from the same company, AEW. This is from the Unrivaled Collection, Series 9, I believe it is. And it's a person I was kind of debating about getting because, I'm going to be honest, looking at the figure, it doesn't bear a great resemblance to this guy, but I think it's decent. And the person I am talking about is the current New Japan Strong Openweight Champion and Ring of Honor World Champion. It is the Mad King, Eddie Kingston. I've had my eye on this for quite a bit. I think it looks pretty cool, but in terms of like actual likeness to Eddie, I don't think the face bears too much resemblance. And I think the figure is not in... or it's in too good of shape. I know that's going to sound bad, but Eddie is not the peak physical specimen. Does have a little bit of a belly, which I kind of like because, that is what Eddie Kingston looks like. It'd be kind of weird if he had like 6-pack abs or something like that. I think the face looks pretty good for the most part. He does come with 2 faces, so that is the one I kept on his head. And here is the other head that it comes along with. Everything is the same except for the facial expression, and I guess the eye expression, because here he's kind of squinting his eye. Me personally, this is definitely the head to go with because I've never seen Eddie Kingston kind of just look very mellow like this. That is not very Eddie Kingston of him. He is always like this, always up for a fight, war of words, whatever it may be. So, like I said, I think this is definitely the head to go with. I'll just do a little quick 360 here. And there is also a extra set of hands. I believe 2 extra sets of hands, but I didn't bring them because it's not really important. We'll just do a quick 360 of Eddie here. So he's got his like cargo pants there with the pockets, his nice black and yellow gear. We see the Mad King symbol there and wrapping it around. And he also comes with this necklace that you can also take off. If you pop off the head, you can take off the rosary. We'll put it to the side. Pop the head back on. And I find without the necklace, the head looks kind of small for the body, in my opinion. The body just looks massive and the head just looks so tiny. But if I have the necklace on, I think it tricks my brain into being like, oh yeah, everything's like nice and proportionate. So that's why I kept the necklace on. Otherwise, I'd just be like, God damn, he's got such a small head. Does he have Zika? Like, what is going on? Or no, I think Zika, you have a big head. I don't remember. It affects your head. But yeah, I guess we'll do a quick look at the articulation and just typical AEW articulation. But in case you're not familiar, shoulder, bicep cuts, double jointed knees. These are not pinless, but none of the AEW figures are, so that's not a big deal. Hand articulation. Quickly do the other arm. You can hear the ratchet in there. Bicep, double jointed knee. Did I say knees for this one? I definitely said knees for this, but double jointed elbows. I apologize if I did say knees. Hand articulation. We saw the head, but I'll swivel it around. That's as far as it looks up. That's as far as it looks down. I do got a little bit of a scuff here, some yellow paint and the black scuff on his right shoulder there. Now we got some abdomen there. You can rotate it around. Also a little bit of the waist there. Splits are not bad, about what I expected. Leg goes front and sideways. Thigh articulation, double jointed knees, also not pinless, and boot swivel here. And same thing with this leg, rotate it around. There's the articulation, double jointed knee. I think that's as far as it goes back because that was quite hard. Yeah, it's maxed out here. And then we got the boot cut there. And yeah, all in all, I would say a pretty decent Eddie Kingston. I would say it's not perfect, but it's pretty close. I think potentially a better head scan would be better. Just in terms of like more of the shaved sides. For the fade and the hair, I think that would be cooler, like a lighter black, like they went black and black here. But if they went with a lighter shade, maybe a more gray paint for the fade look, I think it would have turned out a little bit better in my opinion, but just the way it is now, I'm just not really a fan. But I do like Eddie Kingston, and I don't know, the next time we'll be getting an Eddie Kingston figure, so I was like, you know what? Ringside had it for a good price. I'm just going to pick it up there. And yeah, pretty happy with Eddie and happy to add it to my collection. And the last wrestling figure that I got this month was a figure that honestly I did not know that I wanted. I knew it was coming out, but I don't collect this style of figure, which is more like the basic style of the articulation. Like with the Eddie Kingston and the WWE Elite Mattels, you know, full articulation, like we saw leg, double jointed knees, bicep, like everything you would want. And this next figure doesn't really have that, but honestly, it just looks so freaking cool. And I've got to credit Brian Myers, formerly known as Kurt Hawkins. I don't want to say inspiring me because it just sounds really dumb. But after I saw him unbox it on his channel, the Major WF Pod or whatever their channel name is, it made me really want this figure. And the figure that I am talking about is from Boss Fight Studios' Lucha Libre line. This is from their Fanatico line, which is more of their basic style figure, similar to like WWE basics, less articulation. Actually, before we even bring in this figure, let's show off some previous Lucha Libre figures from Boss Fight Studio. So this figure of Rey Fenix is from their premium line, and this is in the WWE Elite style, like AEW articulation. And I've also gotten Conan and Pentagon Jr. here. And like I said, these are all from the premium line. All the articulation, butterfly joint, double jointed elbows, full range and articulation, and just really great detail. But like I said, this figure is coming from their Fanatico waves, and it is, I believe, wave 2? Wave 2 or 3, I believe it's number 2, but the figure I am talking about is of the current Impact Wrestling star, Black Taurus. And I've got to say, holy shit, this figure looks awesome. Like I said, I am not a basic guy. I hate basic articulation. After like Marvel Legends and WWE Elite, stuff like that, it's really spoiled me. I'm kind of an articulation snob now, you know? I remember when I first got a Marvel Legends figure, it was Wave 1, it was Captain America. And it just had so much articulation that I was not used to in my figures because, you know, figures back in the day, you know, you might get an elbow bend, you might not. You might be able to move the arm, you might not. Like, it really, really sucked with figures back in the day. But now, figures have all this articulation, and that's kind of what I look for when I do buy a figure. I like my articulation. So when I see a basic figure like this with no articulation, I'm kind of like, ew, why do you even exist? But I made an exception for Buddy here, Black Taurus, because he just looks so freaking cool. Like, for a basic figure, this looks fucking awesome. Just going to do a quick 360. I love his mask. I love his gear. I remember the first time I saw him, it was in PWG. And I was just like, God damn, this guy looks freaking awesome. And he wrestles like a luchador. You know, he does a lot of high-flying stuff, but he looks so intimidating, like he's not able to do it. He's got a very great, unique look to him. Love the mask. I'm a really big fan of his mask. I honestly don't know how he wrestles in it, because he just got the hair everywhere, just kind of flying about. And it just looks so freaking hot, too. I don't know how he does it, but hey, props to him. I'm going to show off the box real quick, the box that it came in. I tried to preserve it as best as I can. So as we can see here, Legends of Lucha Libre, the Fanatico line, Black Taurus. And we've got a nice shot of him here, looking very, very menacing. If you've never seen Black Taurus in action, I would highly recommend it. You won't be disappointed. Very unique looking guy. Here we see some stats for him. He is 5'9", 200 pounds, from Mexico, debuted in 2005, and his finishing move is the Destination Hell Hole. And alongside in the wave, you can also get Ultimo Dragon, which I was actually highly considering as well. I still might get it because it does look so freaking cool, but I'm not sure yet. And honestly, I've seen it sold out a bunch of places, so I don't even know if I'm going to be able to get my hands on it. We've got Io del Paraguayo. This is a guy I'm not too familiar with. I did see it on Amazon, and I was kind of thinking about it, but I'm not too familiar with him, so I didn't really pull the trigger on that. And then last but not least, we got Vampiro here, who is from his early look when he started wrestling in Mexico. Before he had the white face paint, he looked like that. He looked like a little teeny bopper guy. And for me personally, I'm not a fan of this look. I know they're going to be releasing a Vampiro in their premium line in Wave 3, and I'm really looking forward to that figure, so I'm going to wait for that and skip out on this Vampiro. But yeah, the Ultimo Dragon just looks really cool. I love that blue and gold and red look. I think it is like a classic Ultimo Dragon look. And like I said, with Paraguayo, I'm just not familiar enough with the guy to want to add it to my collection. But if I see it for a good price, maybe I might pick it up. Cool little packaging from Boss Fight Studios. I do like it quite a bit. Very basic looking package. Speaking of package, the only thing that was in this little window was the figure. There was no extra hands or anything. It is a basic figure, so you're not going to get the accessories that you expect with other... Ooh, look at all that dust. You're not going to get all the accessories that you would get with like a more premium figure, like I showed off with the Rey Fenix, Conan, and Penta. Let's take a look at this bad boy, because I can't say it enough. When I first got this in hand, I could not put it down. I'm like, oh my god, it just looks so cool. Like, the mask looks awesome, all the detail that they put into it. His eye makeup, the contacts that he puts in there. Honestly, when it was first announced, I was kind of hesitant, because I'm like, I wasn't really a fan of the gray mane for him. I guess you'd call it a mane. It might be called something else, but I don't know. I'm just kind of thinking lion here, even though I know he's a bull. I wasn't a fan of the gray for the hair, but honestly, it has grown on me. Just because when I look at it, it just looks unpainted. It looks unfinished. That's what I think of when I see it. I'm just like, God, they didn't paint it. Like, it's just like the color that it was when the head was printed out. But I believe it is painted, like, with a whitish, grayish color. But in my head, when I first saw it, I was like, this looks unfinished. Like, the head looks unfinished. But it has grown on me the more I look at it. And not only is his mask super cool, along with his little bodysuit here, as we can see, the little details, lots of spikes and stuff wrapping around. And this is pretty flexible. If you wanted to, move his foot up. Like I said, it is a basic figure, but it does have some articulation. We'll go through that in a second. Just showing off his not accessories, but his look first. Some very furry looking boots with goat head. It looks like a goat head, but it might be a bull. Or maybe a ram, because the horns are curving down, so it's not a bull. But it is supposed to be like some hellacious demonic thing, so... It looks pretty cool as well, and his very fuzzy looking boots. Looking quite awesome. And we will go through his articulation. There is not much to go through, but we'll take a look at the little bit that he has. He does have head articulation that you can swivel from side to side, and you can also pop off the head if you wanted to. Like that, quite easily. I don't know if you'd be able to take the head and pop it onto an elite body. I'd be interested to see that, and then you can, have all the articulation you want on an elite style body. But I think the ball joint is too small, but you can probably have somebody cut it out more and make it fit a WWE elite style peg. But yeah, there's the head. It does come off. And we'll pop it back on. But yeah, in terms of head articulation, only side to side. It can look down a little bit, but in terms of looking up, next to nothing because of the hair holding it back. Next, we got arm articulation, and not much going on here. You can go up and down, and you can rotate it all the way around, but that is about it. No bicep cut here. You've got a single jointed elbow, but you can rotate it around, which is pretty cool. And you've got basic hand articulation. And same thing on this side here. And I'll actually show off his tattoo in a second after I show off the arm articulation, because the tattoo does look pretty cool. So same articulation as the other arm. We'll get a nice look at his tattoo there. Got a nice bull head and some very Samoan-inspired tattoos. That's why I was kind of shocked when I saw that he was actually Mexican. I was like, oh, the tattoo kind of says otherwise, but yeah, he is from Mexico. But I don't know how he identifies, so maybe there's some Samoan in his family or something along those lines, or maybe he's a big fan of the what those symbols mean. Next, we got no ab articulation. There's nothing there. There is a bit of a waist, but it is pretty blocked because of the whole bodysuit portion. Not bodysuit, but you know what I mean. So you can't do too much with that. Very little side to side. And then in terms of legs, legs can come out a little bit, not too much. Actually, let's try the split articulation. Not too bad. Better than what I was expecting. But yeah, in terms of bringing the leg forward for like a kick or something like that, it's okay, but it is pretty limited. And then as far as that, there is no thigh cut here, so you can't do that. You do get a boot cut here. You do get a single jointed knee, as you can see here. We'll check out this knee as well. And you can move it side to side. And then you do have a little bit of foot articulation. I did have this foot fall off. Let me see if I can make it happen. Actually, I think it's here. Boom, it fell off. I tried to move it. I tried to see how far it would go, and honestly, I didn't move it too much, and it just kind of popped out. It is a pain in the ass to pop back in. I don't know if I'll be able to do it on video. It does take a lot of patience. All right, I managed to get it in, but yeah, mine does kind of fall off if I move it a little bit. It's not in there 100%, and it is kind of hard to put in there because the peg is at an awkward angle. The hole is at an awkward angle too. It's on an angle, and then you've also got the foot covering kind of, blocking it. So it can be a little bit of a pain in the ass. So yeah, here are just some of the Lucha Libre figures that have come out so far. I am pretty happy with the ones that have come out so far. More so their premium style than their basic style. So nice little group shot here. There is an issue with these figures in that they don't really scale well with other figures. So I brought in a couple of AEW figures and a couple of WWE Elite figures to measure them with, to measure him alongside with. So first off, we'll show off the AEW figures. So we've got Eddie Kingston, who we saw earlier, and Eddie kind of towers over him. I think they'd probably be very similar in size, to be honest. And then we got Luchasaurus here, who is definitely a taller dude. I really brought him in just because he's a masked guy, and the WWE Elite figures I brought in are masked people as well. So they do kind of tower over him, at least the AEW figures. Now let's check out the WWE Elite figures. So here we have the Fiend Bray Wyatt, R.I.P., and we've got Kalisto, or Samurai Del Sol, whatever you want to call him. I would say these scale pretty well. I'd probably say Bray might be a little bit taller than Black Taurus, and Kalisto would definitely be smaller than him. So I think this size is pretty fair, but in terms of the AEW figures, they don't really measure up too well. And then here we have another little size comparison. Here we got the Premium Conan from Boss Fight Studios' Lucha Libre line. Bray Wyatt as the Fiend, WWE Elite style. Fanatico's Black Taurus, and AEW Unrivaled Luchasaurus. Luchasaurus just really towers over everybody. And even if you see Conan and Luchasaurus, like, look how much of a difference there is there. Like, that's fucking crazy. So there is a little bit of a downside to getting the Boss Fight Studios Lucha Libre figures, but I will say that they have stated that, the next line of figures and even the MLW figures that they're working on should be more in scale and not as short. So I look forward to seeing how those turn out. But for now, the figures that they've been releasing are a little bit on the shorter end. So just something to keep in mind here. But yeah, all in all, I'm pretty happy with my pickups this month. I think Eddie Kingston is pretty solid. And Black Taurus, what he lacks in articulation, he makes up for in awesome detail. So the one exception I could make for buying a basic style figure is Black Taurus, and I think they killed it with the details on his costume. I think he looks incredible. Next, we are going to be jumping into graphic novels. Got 2 books this month. One that I didn't know that I wanted, and one that I actually was really looking forward to. We're going to start off with the one I wasn't really expecting. I more so got it for the price. I was checking out a bunch of books on Amazon, and this one was just like $10, and I was like, that's a pretty solid deal. I am familiar with the world that it comes from. I'll just introduce the book and then kind of talk about it. But the book I am talking about is coming from the Earth 1 line. It is Teen Titans Volume 1. So for those of you who are unfamiliar, this is a line of books from DC Comics, and it's really to help out newer readers that really don't know where to jump on with, because DC Comics has been going on for like 60 years or 60 plus, that it's kind of hard to know where to jump in. Where should I start reading? What's the best starting point for me? And honestly, this might be the answer for you. Earth 1. Earth 1 is a series of books that DC has published over the past, I'd say 10 years roughly. And it's in its own world, its own continuity. There's not too many books in it, so you don't really have too much back reading to catch up on anything. There's a couple different books, a couple different volumes. I'm familiar with the Batman one. I've read volume 1, 2, and 3. Those were pretty solid. Big fan of 1 and 2. I've read Superman Volume 1. I actually really enjoyed that quite a bit, and this is coming from a guy that does not like Superman at all. And I've also read Green Lantern Volume 1. I believe there's a Volume 2. If there is, I have not read it. And then there's a Wonder Woman, which I believe has 2 volumes as well, that I have not read. There is Teen Titans, as you can see here. This is Volume 1. There is a Volume 2 as well. And I think that's about it. There really is not too much in terms of Earth 1 yet. So like I said, it's really kind of in its infancy. There's not too much to catch up on. So if you did want to read it, you can. And one thing that's pretty cool is there's really no interconnectivity between all the books. It's a really standalone story, so if you just wanted to read the Superman ones, you could do that without having to read anything else or feel like you're missing out on anything. You can just read it solo. I do wish that they would put out a Earth 1 for Flash. I've been waiting for that forever, and they've been talking about releasing it, but they never have. And I know they've been talking about releasing a Aquaman 1, Aquaman Earth 1, and that has also never come out, so that's unfortunate. But I think the books that are out, like I said, 2 volumes of Green Lantern, I believe, 2 of Wonder Woman, 3 of Batman, 2 or 3 of Superman, 2 for sure. I'm not sure if there's a third one. So if you are looking for a series of books to read, that is something I'd actually highly recommend. But for me, this was my first taste of Teen Titans. I'm going to be honest, I'm not the biggest Teen Titans fan. Not the biggest DC fan in general. I've talked about this before. In terms of DC, I usually stick to like Batman, Flash, Green Lantern. Those are my 3. Sometimes I'll venture out into other stuff, but for the most part, I usually keep in those 3. But like I said, I saw this for $10, and I've got experience with the Earth 1 series. So I was like, for the price for $10, I'm somewhat familiar with these characters. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to pull the trigger. I'm going to read this book. And I'll say it's a bit of a weird one. The group's a bit weird. You've got Terra, you've got Cyborg, you've got Beast Boy, you've got this guy who I'm not going to say who it is because I'm just not going to say. But I'll say he does become a big plot point later on. And then you've got Raven. There is no Nightwing or Robin. If you're wanting to read this for that character, they're not in the book. And I will say, I had little to no expectations going into it, so I was pretty open to what the story was going to deliver, and I'll say it's not bad. It's pretty enjoyable. I did find that I did kind of read the whole thing. Like, I was kind of on the edge of my seat where I'm like, oh man, what's going to come next? Where's this plot point going to go? So in that case, I was actually pretty invested in the story, but I would say it's okay. I didn't love it, but I didn't hate it. I'm somewhere in the middle with it. I thought the story was okay. I thought the art was pretty good. I'll kind of go through the book. Hopefully I don't spoil anything, but just going to show off some of the art. There's some pages. You can see some stuff. Art's pretty clean. I do like that part. Story's okay. Characters are fine. Actually, I find them kind of somewhat unlikable, but they are teens, so they're very, emotional and annoying. I don't have too much bad to say about it. Actually, you know what? Let me read the synopsis on the back so you can kind of get a feel for what the book is about. So here we've got some reviews here. Let's read the synopsis real quick. They were normal kids until they weren't. They were just kids with the same problems as anyone. Victor Stone's mother wouldn't stop pushing him to be more than who he is. Tara Markov's mom couldn't tell you a thing about her daughter if her life depended on it. Joey Wilson was drawing further away from his peers every day into a self-imposed world of silence. And Gar Logan had everything he could want except the answers to what was happening to him. Something that would happen to all of them. In a day, their worlds shattered. Vic's skin became hard as metal. Tara's anger shook the world, literally. Gar began to lose himself in the minds of every passing animal, no longer a boy, but a beast. Worse still, their parents changed. Masks started to slip. The people who claimed to love them, had they been monsters all along? And then the visions began, of a world that was not their own, and a girl who'd lost everything, a girl who needed their help to survive. They aren't just kids anymore, but what are they? Who are they? So yeah, there is really like a big mystery of what's going on with them. I won't get into that too much, but I will say for the price that it is, like I said, I picked mine up for $10. You might find it for the same price, if not less. It kind of seems like they're trying to give this away for free. I've seen Volume 2 also for $10, and honestly, I probably will pick it up eventually because I'm kind of curious to see where Part 2 will lead. But yeah, I thought it was enjoyable enough to pick it up. Like I said, if you see it for a good price, I would actually highly recommend picking it up. But if you see it for full price, I would say, wait till a sale is going on. And one other thing I want to say about this book is it was quite short of a book. I was kind of hoping for a little bit more, but yeah, pretty short book here. I read it in, I think it was a day, maybe two. Kind of split the reading between, I think it was 2 days. And yeah, just a very short book. I ran through it very quickly. But yeah, if you see it on sale, I would recommend this. And I did get one other book, and this was a book I actually enjoyed quite a bit. It's probably one of the better books I've enjoyed in the past few months. Probably one of my favorite heroes. Some people consider him an anti-hero. Some people consider him a villain. For me, he is a hero. He does operate in that kind of gray area, but I would say he's still a hero. And the person I am talking about is the Punisher. And the book that I read is Punisher, Welcome Back, Frank. Honestly, this was a really great, fun read. One of the reasons I enjoyed it was I got to see where a lot of the inspiration has come for like live action Punisher. And what I mean by that is like the movie that came out in 2005 starring Thomas Jane, the video game that also is based on that but kind of separate, and even portions of Daredevil Season 2, the Netflix show when they introduced the Punisher character, all comes from this book here. It's actually been used quite a bit for inspiration for those kinds of things, and it was cool to finally read the actual book where all that kind of stuff emanates from. And I gotta say, I really, really enjoyed myself. There was some parts that I didn't like. There was kind of one big part I didn't like. In terms of the story, I thought the story was fine. I enjoyed that portion. For me, though, I wasn't really crazy about the art. I'll kind of just show a little bit of it. Like, I love the covers. The covers are awesome. They look great. I will try and show another example of the cover. Like, look at that cover there. Like, that looks sweet. But then you actually get to the art in the book, and it's not my favorite style. It looks very dated. There are some cool shots, but for the most part, I'm not crazy about it. Just gonna kind of flip through some pages. Like, some of the art's okay, and then, yeah, some of it just looks meh. But man, those covers are fucking awesome. Like, they look phenomenal. But then once you get to the actual art portion of the book, it's not my favorite. But I did want to show off a couple things that I was talking about, like the inspiration for some of the live action and video game stuff. Here, if you watch the movie with Thomas Jane, he lives in this kind of apartment complex, and here's the guy with all the piercings, Spacker Dave, Mr. Bumpo, and then Joan, the weird little set of people that kind of, are his neighbors and kind of accept him. And then you got this scene here, which was pretty much straight out of the Netflix show, where they have a little showdown and then Punisher ties him up. This is honestly one of my favorite scenes in this book. I love the way it plays out. And of course you have the Russian who plays a bit of a role in the book and definitely has a part to play in actually not only in the movie but also in the video game. He was also in the video game as a boss, so that was pretty cool. But one of my favorite parts about this book is it is a hefty read. This was like awesome. I could really sink my teeth into it. It goes on and on and on. Really enjoyed myself. As you can see here on the back, it collects 12 issues, so you're getting a lot there. We'll just read the back real quick. Frank Castle, the Punisher, is a one-man army, locked, loaded, and ready to take down anyone in his way, meting out the ultimate punishment to criminals: death. The Punisher makes his return by eliminating the ruthless Ma Ganucci. Yeah, she plays a big role in the book. She's basically like, in the movie you've got Howard Saint, and he's the big bad of that. It would have been really cool if they just used Ma Ganucci in that movie, but she was used in the video game, so whatever they didn't do in the movie, they did in the video game, and the video game is just as good. Anyways, the ruthless Ma Ganucci's crime family, pursued by the NYPD's 2 Detective Punisher Task Force, crazed contract killer the Russian, and Daredevil the Man Without Fear, and emulated by 3 copycat killers who want to join forces with him. It all gains momentum and hurdles towards a showdown in the apartment building Frank shares with the Mosey, Joan, overweight Mr. Bumpo, and punk Spacker Dave. And I will say that scene that plays out in the movie where those thugs rip out all the piercings from Spacker Dave, that scene plays out in this book. Now Castle must survive to finish his vendetta, making sure that his neighbors aren't caught in the crossfire while evil is punished. In 2000, writer Garth Ennis and artist Steve Dillon, with inker Jimmy Palatodi, I apologize, butcher the hell out of your name, and iconic cover artist Tim Bradstreet gave the Punisher a redefining fresh start that once made him a force to be reckoned with and was the catalyst for 2 feature films. So I'm guessing they're referring to the Warzone movie as well, but there's really no connection there. Well, I guess if you take a look at the Detective Squad, I guess that portion definitely is implemented into that movie, the Warzone movie, where, like they mentioned here, the 2 Detective Punisher Task Force. Yeah, I guess that is, because they did not take that at all in the first movie, but they did implement it in the Warzone movie. Damn, actually, that is true. So, very cool book. Really, really enjoyed this one. I would say if you're a Punisher fan, this is kind of like a must-read. I've always heard a lot about Garth Ennis and like his run in Punisher books, and it was fun to finally get a chance to read it, and I actually really enjoyed myself. I enjoyed seeing, those scenes from the movies and the TV shows play out in the comics. And I just enjoyed, like, the other, like, side story. Like I mentioned on the back of the 3 copycat killers. I actually really enjoyed that story quite a bit. And I would say, yeah, just a really solid book overall. I found this one on Amazon for sale. And I'm like, damn, you get 12 books in one for a really good price. Plus a hero I really, really like. I'm like, yeah, I'll be taking that. So yeah, highly, highly recommend this one. Like I said, the only downside I would say is the art. The cover arts are amazing, like I showed off, but some of the art in the book is... Some of it looks okay, and that's a kind of dark scene there, where the guy hangs himself. I apologize. A little bit of a spoiler there. I just kind of wanted to flip through. But, oh, this is another scene that's actually pretty awesome. If you play the video game, there's a scene where they're at the zoo, and that mission is taken straight from the comics here, so that was a pretty fun one to go through. But yeah, really enjoyable. I would highly recommend, like I said, if you're a Punisher fan, you might have already read this, but if you're looking for some good reading material, right here, Punisher, Welcome Back, Frank. Next, we are going to be jumping back into the figure stuff, and we are going to be continuing on with my video game figure collection. For the past few months, I feel like I've kind of been spending a little too much on video game figures specifically. Those Nendoroids are not cheap. And I was like, you know what? I kind of want to take it easy this month. I still want to get an edition, but I kind of want to dial it back a little bit. So I was doing some research. Actually, I think it was around the same time that I was looking for the books on Amazon. I did a little shopping and looking around for video game figures, and I came across one that I was kind of interested in. It was for a video game that, to be honest, I don't really have an attachment to, but I actually do like the figures quite a bit. They do look like a lot of fun, and I was like, you know what? I want to get some representation for this game in my collection. And the video game I am talking about is Fortnite, and the figure I am going to be introducing to my collection is the character known as Potassius Peels. So for Fortnite, it's not my favorite BR. I respect it more than I like it. I tried to get into it at one point. It wasn't for me though. Not really a fan of third-person shooters. But I remember at its height, I always saw stuff coming out about it, like different promotions that they were having, like working with different companies, like introducing anime, Marvel, DC, just everything. They worked with like everything. They had like in-game concerts. That one was pretty cool. I actually checked out the Travis Scott one. And I've seen these Fortnite figures around for quite some time, and I think they're starting to kind of clear them out. There are a couple different Fortnite figures. There's 3 different companies that kind of make Fortnite figures. You've got Hasbro, who this is from. You've got McFarlane. They've got a set of Fortnite figures. I was looking at them. I do like the designs, but I'm not a fan of the 7-inch sizing for them. It's not for me. And then you also have Jazzwares, who do the AEW figures. They also, I believe they currently have the license for Fortnite figures. And I've seen these Fortnite figures around quite a bit, more specifically the Hasbro ones. And it seems like they're clearing it out. I know Hasbro's not going to be making any more Fortnite figures, like I just mentioned. The brand has now moved to Jazzwares, who's going to be doing figures. And I was kind of deciding like which companies I should buy, between the 3. I kind of automatically ruled out McFarlane because, like I said, I don't like the 7-inch sizing. And then between the Jazzwares one, it felt like they did more of the 4-inch figures than the 6-inch figures. At least that's based on like the stuff I looked up. I just found that they were selling more of the 4-inch stuff. And for me, I'm a 6-inch kind of guy. So I saw these Hasbro ones. I saw that they had a pretty decent collection. Plus, it seems like I mentioned, that they're trying to clear them out. So I'm like, you know what? This is a perfect opportunity to pick up 1 or 2. Now, right now, I only have 1. We actually are going to be opening it up because it is in the plastic-free packaging. So I do kind of want to check out what Potassius Peels looks like. But I think it's just a really fun character. I know it's based, like the character itself, his name is Peely. And obviously they've given him some like Roman Empire garb. I believe it's Roman Empire. I could be wrong. History's not my favorite. But I was like, man, a banana dressed in like kind of Spartan type gear. Like, say no more. That sounds fucking awesome. So here he is, Potassius Peels. Look at him with that face. I feel like that's like the perfect face for this costume. We're going to take a look at the box real quick. And then, like I said, we're going to be popping him open because I do want to check it out. So here is a nice shot of the box. I like the colors for it. I like the white of the box and the pink and the yellow. I think it really pops. One thing I do not like about the box, actually I'll talk about that in a second once I kind of introduce it or kind of go through the box, but there is something I wish they did, but it's just like a me thing. So we're going to take a look at the top of the box. It is in a different kind of shape instead of like a full-on box shape like this. We'll be doing some comparisons with this character after. Very unique kind of, they just cut a corner off. Kind of weird, but, it's different. So this is the top. On the bottom, we've got boring stuff. On this side, we just see FN for Fortnite and nothing else really. And then on this side, we've got like the weird shape. So we've got a little bit of the box here. And then on here, we see the inclusion of the accessories. So we got a cape, a gun, and a sword. And on the back, we see a nice shot of Peely here with, again, the same accessories, and they're all on him. So looking pretty snazzy there. So the one issue I do have with the box is, for me personally, I like to display my figures kind of bookshelf style. And I'm not sure why, because Hasbro usually does this with their stuff, with their figures, at least from, the Power Rangers, Marvel Legends, Transformers too. They always kind of put like some art here on the side, and it would have been cool if they put a little shot of Peely here. But unfortunately, they just did this. So if I wanted to see this on my shelf, it would have to be like this instead of like this. So it kind of takes up a little bit more room on the shelf, which, I'm kind of hurting for space. So any little bit of shelf space I can kind of save is welcomed. That is not the case with this figure. But yeah, I would have liked some deco here, maybe a nice shot of Peely, something along those lines would have been nice. So we are going to crack him open. I don't know where from, probably from the bottom here. I think that's probably the best way. You do have some flaps here, you do have tape at the top, but I want to be as inconspicuous as possible, so we're going to cut from the bottom. Let's take our handy dandy knife. Nice little slit there. Let's pull it down. And let's pull out Peely the banana. Let's peel this box. And, oh, it's even yellow inside. I like it. Oh, we got all the accessories falling out. Inside the box, empty. We're going to toss the instructions in. And here we see the nice yellow packaging for Peely. I don't know if it's yellow because it's, you know, the character is yellow, or if all the inside packaging is yellow. I would assume possibly it is, it's all in yellow on the inside, because like if you see on the box, you've got the yellow here. I don't know, just an observation of mine. So we also got the baggies for the accessories. So give me a second, I'm going to unpack him and then we'll take a look at Peely. Let's take a look at the accessories. First accessory we're going to take a look at is his sword here. Looking pretty nice. You see that it's a little battle damage with a couple chips inside of it, but I think it looks pretty good. It kind of looks cartoony, so it like fits in the Fortnite world, which I kind of like quite a bit. You got some nice kind of goldish paint, red paint for the handle, and a nice silver paint for the blade. We will display him with that after. Next, we have another weapon of his, which is a shotgun of some sort. I'm assuming it is an actual weapon in the game. This is just, you know, detailed in the Spartan garb to kind of fit along with the theme, so looking quite nice. I know they didn't use guns at that time, but, you know, whatever. Double barrel shotgun. Nice gold paint again. Some nice detail on the gun. And there's the other side. Here's the front. I like the gold paint. It really stands out on the sword and the gun. And then last accessory we have is his beautiful cape, so he can be Emperor Potassius Peels. You know, not much to it. Just a, you know, red piece of plastic with some nice gold paint on it. See some nice detail there. I think they did a pretty good job. And it's got a little peg here to go in its back. And we will be putting it on. I'm just going to, you know, go through the figure real quick and then we'll pop on his accessories. But yeah, nice little cape. Let's bring him in. Here he is in all his potassium glory. And I gotta say, he looks pretty awesome. I love the peeling in the head. You can see his little bananas insides. You've got like a soft plastic for the peel on both sides, which is quite nice. I like that. I really like that expression. I feel like it just really fits. Just like he's better than everybody. His little sandals here with his little banana feet. That is interesting. Maybe they should have put some brown here for the toes. You know, similar to the top here. But then you got brown on brown. So I guess it would have been too much for the feet. You got soft plastic here for the skirt. I don't know what the official term is. Actually, looking at it now, I'm kind of surprised that they did not provide an extra set of hands. That's usually Hasbro's thing. They give hands with everything. But Peely no get hands. Why Peely no get hands? And the nice lion in the center. Does it affect? Actually, we'll go through the articulation, see what is affected and what is not. As you can see, here is the head. I'm assuming no neck. Yeah, no neck articulation. I was kind of expecting that, but just to confirm, the neck does not move. The head does not move at all. You've got these nice shoulder pads here. They kind of move up and down. They do have a little hinge right there. So that's quite nice. You can fully articulate your Potassius Peels. Let's check out the arm articulation. Pretty surprised, but it is pinless. No pins on the arm, no pins on the leg. That's nice. I've mentioned it before. I think I mentioned it in every video. It does not bother me if it has pins or not, but I always mention it for people. Because in case you're watching this and you want to buy it for yourself and you do want, you know, a pinless figure, I like to make mention of that. So let's check out the arm articulation. Goes up, not too far. We got a little black mark here. Holy shit, that's actually a big black mark. I doubt that's an effect. Yeah, the other arm does not have it. Holy shit. What a gigantic black dash there. At first I thought it might be like a shading effect, and maybe it is. Because it's got a shine to it, so maybe it's like some bruising on the banana. Potentially. Hold on. So I took a look at it, and honestly, it does seem kind of natural, but I was taking a look at the other parts of the figure, and I don't see anything else similar to this for like a shading effect. So maybe it is an actual scratch mark of some sort. Maybe it kind of rubbed off here. It's a possibility. But yeah, I checked everywhere else. It's just straight up yellow on the legs, on the arms and stuff. So that's kind of weird, but whatever. Anyways, back to the arm articulation. So it goes out about that far and then can rotate around, kind of, if you do it like that. And then we got a single jointed elbow here, but it does rotate around. So you do get some good articulation there. And then you've got hand articulation. And again, I'm very surprised they did not include a hand, but you got a gripping hand for either the gun or the sword. And you've got the same on the other side. And we'll check out the articulation with this arm as well. Make sure everything is good. Everything seems to be good. Let's rotate it around. Check out the elbow. Elbow is good. Rotate that around too. Just give it a little test there. Hand articulation. Looking nice. Now here we come to the abdomen, and I'm curious what we can do here. So it does have a waist swivel, which is quite nice. We'll do a full rotation here. And then he can kind of bend forward, not too much. He can bend backwards a little bit, but the lion definitely does, limit his articulation, unfortunately. And you don't want to bring it in too far because you don't want to like damage the lion's mane there. I don't know if that was... Actually, that just kind of looks like some plastic. That's kind of how it was. Not bad for the abdomen. I wish it did have a little bit more going forward, but, beggars can't be choosers. Let's check split articulation. Not great, to be honest. It is not limited by the skirt at all. That's just how far it goes, unfortunately. And let's try a sit test. Pretty good sit test. Him on his throne, just kind of having like a wagon race. Him sitting on his throne, like, entertain me, I am bored. And then we'll check out the leg articulation. We do have some thigh, which is nice. We got double jointed knees. We got some brown marks on his knees. I don't know if it's part of the Spartan armor or if it's like that's actually like part of his costume, his suit. Not too sure there. If I were to guess, I would assume it's part of the Spartan stuff. It just kind of fits in with the theme. Underneath his skirt here, we do have a red skirt, and then underneath that, he does have some underloins, which is nice because I want my bananas to be nice and covered up. And then I did not finish the articulation here, but we got foot articulation and ankle articulation. Ooh, it's got quite a bit there. Was not expecting that one. And let's check out this foot here, this leg here. Twisting it around. Beautiful. Double jointed knees. Second knee doesn't really want to bend, but it was bending. It's there, it works. And then we got foot articulation again and ankle articulation. So now let's put him with all his accessories, his nice beautiful cape. We'll do a nice 360 with that so we can see him fully put together. Look at him. And actually, if you were to sit him on like a throne and stuff, you wouldn't really be able to because, at least with the cape would obviously limit his sitting potential. Then let's put in his weapons. Actually, let's take this off. I feel like it's going to fall off. I was going to put the sword in this hand, but it definitely seems like this is made for the gun because it does have a trigger finger where this one does not. Okay, not bad. We put the sword in that hand. Now let's put the gun in this hand. And here he is ready for war, ready to defend, Loot Lake and Twisted Towers, I believe it's called. Tomato Town. Those are definitely some locations from Fortnite. I don't know if that exists still. Actually, one of the things I really like about Fortnite is they would constantly kind of change the map around. So, you might have Tomato Town, and then, the next season it might get destroyed and changed into something else. Something else might kind of take its place or whatnot. But I like the kind of ever-evolving change of the map. I think that's one of the cool aspects of Fortnite. But let's do some comparisons with Peely. First off, we've got from Hasbro again. Before they did Fortnite figures, they did some Overwatch characters, and here we have Sombra from Overwatch. I know it's a different genre, but both video game characters, both made by Hasbro, and I think they kind of fit together. Yeah, they do fit together. Imagine a world where Sombra, the hacker, and Potassius Peels, they can exist in a peaceful world and work together to do whatever the fuck. But yeah, just a fun little comparison between the two. If you've got one Hasbro figure, you can fit it in with the other. And then we kind of saw it earlier, coming in from Apex Legends. Probably the biggest competition for Fortnite was Apex Legends, and here I am bringing in Crypto. I'm curious to see the size on them. I'm assuming quite similar. Yeah, they do measure up quite well. Obviously, two very different characters. One is, more cartoony with Potassius Peels, but yeah, he would fit with Crypto if, I kind of opened them up and had them displayed together, so that's pretty cool. And I guess we'll do a little shot with all three of them. So we got Apex Legends, Crypto, we've got Potassius Peels from Fortnite, and we've got Sombra from Overwatch. Nice little collection of games here. I mean, I know one doesn't really fit, but I just, I brought it in for reference. But yeah, I'm actually pretty happy with the figure. I think it looks pretty cool. When I was thinking about, adding some representation of Fortnite into my collection, I was like, what do I want to add? Because they have so many different figures of different stuff and things. And I kind of wanted to take like one of those, popular skins or characters like a Peely, and then get them in like a really cool costume, like the Spartan gear here. So I think this is kind of like the best of both worlds. And I'm actually thinking about doing kind of similar what I did with Apex Legends, where, I put together a couple figures and, kind of make like a team's worth of characters. I'm thinking about doing that with Fortnite. So I'm thinking about possibly getting 3 other Fortnite figures and then kind of having that as like a full squad. So you might be seeing some more Fortnite characters sooner or later. If I can find them for a good price, like I said, I've seen a lot of places kind of clearing them out. I believe Walmart kind of cleared them out as well. But yeah, I'm just going to be keeping my eyes on these Fortnite figures. And like I said, with Hasbro not really doing them anymore, I hope they don't become rare and hard to get, where it's like, okay, Hasbro doesn't make them anymore, so if you really want to get them, you're going to have to pay an arm and a leg. Hopefully that's not the case. Hopefully there's still some companies out there like a GameStop, Toys R Us, Target, Walmart that still have stock of Fortnite figures and are trying to get rid of it. That would be awesome. That's kind of what I'm aiming for. But I still want to get cool characters. Like, I don't want to just get any random fucking skin or whatever. I want it to be like a cool character, and I want it to be in like, a really cool costume. So I think for my first Fortnite figure, Potassius Peels, I think he checks off all those boxes, and I'm very happy with this inclusion to my video game collection. Next, we are going to be jumping into Dragon Ball S.H.Figuarts. Here I got one edition, and this was a character, honestly, I was not expecting to add to my collection. I was just kind of shopping on Amazon. That seems to be the theme for the past few figures. When I'm shopping in one area, I like to look at all the other different things I collect, especially with Amazon. I know people kind of like, beauty of Amazon is you can kind of order whatever you want when you want. But for me, I don't like that. I don't like ordering one item at a time. I like to do like packages. So it's like, if I need this, this, and this, it's like I'll order it all together. If it's a dire situation where it's like, oh, I really need this, then I'll order it by itself. But for the most part, when I order Amazon stuff, I like to group it together. So like I mentioned, I was kind of just shopping on Amazon and I saw this figure available, and for a second I kind of had to do a double take. I'm like, is this really just available on Amazon? And it's not a rare figure or anything. I guess it's one of the more rare figures. How do I say this? It's not really rare in Dragon Ball, the S.H.Figuarts line, but I haven't seen it as readily available as some other characters. So when I saw it on sale on Amazon, not on sale, but just the fact that they were selling it, I was like, oh man, that's really cool. They must have just like found one in the factory somewhere. Not factory, but they're large warehouses, shit gets misplaced and stuff. And I saw them put this up and I was like, you know what? I'm going to grab it. And the character that I am talking about is the main character of Dragon Ball. It is Goku, but not just regular Goku. It is Super Saiyan Goku. I think it's Super Saiyan 1. If you read on the box, it says Super Saiyan Full Power Son Goku. I don't know what the fuck full power means. I don't know if that is referring to Super Saiyan 2. I don't know if that's like Super Saiyan 1, but like, maxed out power. I'm not too sure. I'm just going to take it as Super Saiyan 1. Just regular, plain old Super Saiyan with the gold hair. That's what this is. At least to me. And yeah, like I mentioned, I haven't really seen this figure available. Usually I get my Dragon Ball S.H.Figuarts stuff from Big Bad Toy Store, and I don't believe I've ever seen this figure available on there. So that's kind of why I considered it rare, because I'm like, oh, I don't see it on Big Bad Toy Store, but I see it on Amazon. That's kind of obscure. So in my head, that kind of made it rare. So I'm like, you know what? I have an opportunity to pick it up. I'm going to pick it up. And I think the figure actually looks quite good. Comes in your typical S.H.Figuarts packaging, which I guess we'll take a look at that first. And then we'll break down the figure. But I do like the figure. I think it looks pretty solid. It does bear a resemblance to Goku. But you know what? Let's just go through the box real quick. We're not going to start with the front because we're going to be looking at this quite a bit. So let's start with the top here, just a small little window. And we see some Super Saiyan hair there. On this side here, again, Super Saiyan Full Power Son Goku. On the bottom, a nice shot of Goku being Super Saiyan there. On the right side, some cool expressions and things that you can do with him. And on the back here, you can see all the different things that you can do with Goku. You can have him being all angry, doing a Kamehameha. You can have him actually looking happy, which is kind of surprising because you look at all these other things and it's so serious and angry and shit. And then you just have this one here where he's like, oh yeah, I'm happy, That's what I think of when I think of Goku. Maybe not in his Super Saiyan form, because if he's all powered up, he's, ready to go into battle. But I like happy-go-lucky Goku, so I like this expression quite a bit. But yeah, just some nice shots of him here. And then, of course, like I said, we've got the man himself here on the front. Here's a nice shot of the box. We got all the official stickers, Tamashii Nations, the little cat down there, Dragon Ball Z, coming straight from the show. I'm happy to get another Goku in my collection, a Goku that I like, and we'll be talking about that because I do have another Goku that we'll be kind of comparing it with. This is my Goku here, so yeah, I think the orange looks good. I think the blue looks a little too dark in my opinion. I don't remember it being that dark in the show. Maybe it was. I haven't watched Dragon Ball in probably... Actually, no, I watched the movie like last year. One of the movies. Or was it this year? I don't remember. But actual like Dragon Ball Z, the show, I haven't watched in like 10, 15 years. So I'm not sure what shade of blue it's supposed to be. But I don't know. Just me looking at it, it looks kind of dark. It looks almost black. That's how dark it looks. But yeah, here we can see Goku looking pretty awesome. And we also got his facial expression. So angry facial expression with his mouth open. Another angry expression here. You can actually use these as fucking Vegeta if you wanted to. Those are definitely the faces he would regularly make. And then here we got happy-go-lucky Goku looking, just having a good time, being the strongest warrior in the world, or in the universe. And then inside here, we also have extra sets of hands. I know it's kind of hard to see, but you can kind of see some hands in the bottom here. So, like I mentioned, this is the second Goku I'm going to be adding to my collection. I already did have a Goku in my collection, but like I said, it's not one I'm happy to have. And the one I'm talking about is Super Saiyan 4 Goku from GT. Not my favorite Dragon Ball iteration, but you know what? I thought it was a pretty cool figure. And it's cool to finally have, like I said, a version of Goku that I'm happy to have in my collection. But, I had to get this one eventually, so, it kind of works out. So now I need like a regular Goku, I need Super Saiyan 2 Goku, I need Super Saiyan 3 Goku, I need Ultra Instinct Goku, I need Super Saiyan God Goku, I need Kaioken Goku, I need to get all the Gokus assembled. But, I think this is a good start so far. And then we've got a villain to show him off with, and I think this is a very fitting villain because, the first time he ever went Super Saiyan was to defeat the evil Frieza, so this is pretty cool. Obviously, this is not taken from that battle, because when he did turn Super Saiyan, he was all battle damaged and stuff, clothes, scars, blood everywhere. So definitely had to show these guys off together. And then this is a bit of a cool one, where, we got Goku here, we've got Trunks from the last episode, and we've got Krillin. But here you can see I'm starting to build out that, Z fighter team. So we got Krillin, we got Goku, and we got Trunks. Unfortunately, with Krillin, he can't join the cool kids club with the blonde hair. But yeah, I thought this was a really cool shot, building out that team. Now we got to get Gohan, Piccolo, Yamcha, Tien, Vegeta, Goten, Trunks, or like little Trunks, not teenage Trunks or adult Trunks, whatever you want to call them. But yeah, I think this is a good start to the Z Fighter team. And yeah, overall, I think this is a solid addition to my Dragon Ball S.H.Figuarts collection. I'm glad I was able to get my hands on it. Like I said, I haven't really seen it available to buy anywhere else, and it just randomly popped up on Amazon, so I had to snag it up. So very cool addition to my Dragon Ball S.H.Figuarts collection. Alright, next we got McFarlane's DC Multiverse, and we got 2 editions for this collection. The first one, I'm going to be honest, it's a character I'm not really too familiar with. I really got him for 2 reasons. I'll explain why once I introduce him. But the character I am talking about is the somewhat newly released Megafig of one of the ultimate baddies of the DC universe, the Anti-Monitor. So for this character, I am not the most familiar with him. I've heard the name quite a bit, the Anti-Monitor, but in terms of knowing what his powers are or the background of the character, his lore, I have no earthly idea. But I saw this was on sale, not on sale, but it went up for they had it in stock at GameStop, and I'm a GameStop member. I was going to buy some other stuff, and I saw this available, and, with my discount, and it's a kind of cool looking figure. I do like the Mega Figs from McFarlane, and because I've heard so much about the Anti-Monitor, like I mentioned, I don't know too much about him, but I know he plays somewhat of a big role in the DC Multiverse, or DC Universe, whatever you want to say. I was like, oh, you know what? I think this character might be popular and might sell out. So that's why I kind of pulled the trigger now instead of like waiting down the line. And I don't regret buying it. Maybe a little bit, but to be honest, no. I think the figure looks pretty cool. I do like his design, his Colossus type body, like the steel skin. His mouth and eyes look very interesting. Like his eyes are like beams of light, and his teeth are really bad. He might have had too much candy corn. That's what it kind of seems like. But I like the colors. I like the blue, the yellow, the silver. I think they mix well together. And I will say a little downside for this figure. It is, like I said, a mega figure. But if you look in the box, it does look kind of empty. I would have liked, maybe an extra set of hands or something like that. Maybe a blast effect piece would have been cool. Just a small critique, in my opinion, but just to kind of fill the box out a little bit more. Because if you really look in there, it's just the figure. You got a little stand there in the bottom and the card, and a lot of empty space. So let's take a look at the box real quick. We saw the front, and, we'll come back to that, but typical McFarlane stuff. The box doesn't change, but I do like to do a breakdown of the box. Here we got the top, got a little window with the DC Multiverse logo. On the bottom, we've got some boring stuff. On the left side, we can see the Anti-Monitor's name in the Crisis on Infinite Earths. That's the story that this character comes from. On the opposite side, we got another little window with Anti-Monitor's name again, along with a little QR code here. And on the back, we can see a nice, I'm assuming this is a cover art for some comic, but we can see characters from every single universe. You know, we got 2 Supermans here, we got 1 here, and I saw, oh, there's another one down here. And then we got other characters such as like Green Lantern, Flash, Beast Boy up there, Robin, Batman, Shazam, Power Girl, Hawkman, all coming together to stop this epic force of evil. So I don't know what he would be like the equivalent to in terms of like Marvel. Like in my head, like Darkseid is like the Thanos type character. And to me, I don't know, I'm getting kind of like Apocalypse vibes from this guy. Maybe there's another villain that kind of fits more of what he's about. But yeah, I'm getting some Apocalypse vibes, you know, especially with the tubes on the arms and the legs, similar to Apocalypse. To be honest, I don't have too much to say about the Anti-Monitor. I'm not too familiar with the character. I will do some research because, you know, I really want to see what role that he plays in the DC universe. Obviously, he plays a role in, like, the multiverse. I actually, now that I'm thinking about it, there was a comic that I read that I believe had him, and I think he was in the Blackest Night. I think he gets brought back from the dead from Black Hand, the Black Lanterns, and they use him for something. I believe that's the character I'm thinking of. Other than that, I'm not too familiar with him, and, you know, I've never read anything with him in a comic. He does seem like the type of character where, you know, a bunch of heroes got to come together to fight him off, so he'd be in like a Justice League comic of sorts. And for me, I'm really not a Justice League guy. I'm more of a Batman, Flash, Green Lantern kind of guy. And if he really doesn't fall in those parameters, I'm not going to kind of be familiar with him or have read anything with him in it. So yeah, not too much to say about this guy. I do have more to say about the next figure that I'm about to show off. But yeah, just a cool addition to my collection. And yeah, that's about it, to be honest. And like I said, I do have one other addition for my DC Multiverse collection. And this was a character that I kind of already own. So let me introduce that character first. So the character I'm talking about is, this isn't the character that I bought for this episode. I'll explain it as I go, but the character I am talking about is this Robin, the Gold Label Tim Drake Robin. This we got on a previous episode, and I like this Robin. Kind of. There's parts of it I like, there's parts of it I don't like. When I think of Robin, I think of, you know, him in the classic suit, the red, the green, the yellow. I do like this version of him, but, you know, I did want a more classic Robin in my collection. And we talked about this a couple episodes ago in the news section, where McFarlane announced that they were going to be doing a regular version of the Tim Drake Robin. So first they started off with the Gold Label figure, which is this one here, and then they decided to release the regular version, which is this one here. This is the new addition to my collection. Now, if you know me, I like to stress that I don't really like to buy multiple versions of the same character. I try to stick to one, what I think is the most definitive look for a character, and that's kind of the representation for it in my collection. Now, they didn't announce this Robin first. This came after, like I said, the other Robin that we showed off. That was what came out first, and then this came out months later. And I'm kind of debating to myself, which one should I display in my collection? Because there's things I like about both of them, to be honest. Actually, before we even get into this comparison, let's break down this Robin here, and then we'll kind of discuss the differences between the two. So as you can see here, like I mentioned, the classic version of Robin, you got the green, the red, the yellow, all the colors are very vibrant on the suit. And just like the other Robin, this is the Tim Drake Robin, so he did have 2 costumes, and I'm more familiar with this one, and I do like this one quite a bit. And one of my favorite things about this suit is not even the suit itself, but the little thing that it's based on, this here, and you can also see the card in the background, is I actually owned the comics that this cover art is from. It's a short little 5-issue mini-series, and I don't think I've ever read it, but I did own it. And basically Robin just kind of goes on his own adventure. I believe he goes to Tokyo or somewhere in Asia, and he ends up fighting some blonde guy that has like a snake tattoo on his chest. And I always actually really liked this cover art for the comic. We can't really see it, but here you can see, a more wide shot of this where, you can see Robin on the floor there, and then you can see Batman behind him kind of just observing. And when I saw this, I was like, oh shit, that is awesome. So I guess we can just do a breakdown of the box. So here is the back like I just showed off. A nice shot of Robin here. On top, we've got a little window. On the side, we've got Robin, Tim Drake, Robin Reborn. That is the name of the miniseries. On the bottom, we got Boring Stuff. On this side, we got a little window with Robin, Tim Drake, and a little QR code. And as we saw in the front, a nice shot of Robin. Now we can do the comparisons. So, which version of the Robin am I going to keep in my collection? So there are a couple differences between the two, obviously, besides like some of the visual stuff like colors, and you can see like cape is different, the card and stuff. But there's actually a couple other intricate details that are different. One off the bat is a different bow staff for each Robin. So as you can see with this colorful Robin, we'll call him Robin A. I don't know. But you can see his bow staff is quite different. And then Robin B has a little more detail to his bow staff. I actually think I like this one a little bit more. I think it just looks a lot cooler, in my opinion. Both of them come with the same batarang, so no difference there. They do come with a different head. If you take a look at this Robin, he's got, he's got his teeth showing, and he's got a green mask. And then if you take a look at this Robin, he's got no teeth showing, and he's got a black mask. I'm going to be honest, I think I like the black mask more than the green. And I do like this expression more, just, he seems like a fun character, where this version of Robin, he just seems very angry. If we're doing points right now, I'm going to say 2 points for this Robin here. Point for the bow staff and point for the head. Next, we can say the cape is different. Obviously, you can see that Robin B has more of a Batman style cape with the edges there. And as we can see here, Robin A has the more classic Robin cape where it's more of a square. I think I'm going to go with the cape on this one. For me, when I think of this design, I think of like Batgirl and Batman himself. And I kind of like the square cape for Robin. For me, that's just him. That's his cape. And I do like the design on it more. I like the little yellow on the collar there compared to this one. So I'm going to give a point to this Robin here in terms of cape. If we look at the suit, pretty much the same body, same design, but there is a big difference. You've got different R's. You can see this R here and this R here, very different. And for me, I'm going to give the point to this one. I prefer this style R. I think it's more of what I think of with Robin. With this one, it just looks kind of dorky. And then the last thing that I would say is different would be their belt. As we can see here, Robin's got more of a, I don't know how you would describe that belt, just kind of like a belt, where this one's more of a utility belt. You see all those little pouches which have like smoke bombs and batarangs and other little gadgets. And to be honest, I think I like this style belt a little bit more. It just kind of fits with the costume. I don't mind all the pouches and stuff, but between the two, I would probably go this Robin here. So obviously, after that breakdown there is no perfect Robin. Obviously, I would take pieces from here and pieces from here, and I'd kind of put them together to make my most perfect Robin. But I will say that I think this Robin is more superior in my opinion. In terms of look, like I said, I'm a really big fan of the green, yellow, and red. That really is kind of like a must for me when I think of Robin. I still have love for this Robin. I also might even just keep it in my collection because I actually still do like this version quite a bit. But between the two, if I had to pick one, I would definitely pick this one. And I would say another knock against this one, I talked about it when we did a review of it and I, brought it on the video, is if you look at the arms, you can see that there's a cutoff for the sleeve, and this is how it should be. But instead of doing like different sleeve molding for this Robin, they just ended up painting it, and I just think it looks kind of terrible. So I would say that the arms on this one are definitely an improvement. So it was a tough choice, but this is my Robin. And because it is my Robin, I gotta do some comparisons. Actually, we'll put him on the left here. I gotta do some comparisons, see how he looks with other members of the Bat family. So first off, speaking of Bat family, we got to see how he looks like with the man himself, Batman. And this is Batman from Arkham City. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not crazy about the Arkham City Robin look. It grew on me over time, but when I first saw it, I was kind of like, ugh. The hoodie was just... I didn't like it. But over time, you got a Robin like Damian Wayne who has really incorporated the hoodie into his look. So it kind of has grown on me that way. But anyways, I think this looks awesome. You got Batman in the classic colors, black, gray, and yellow. And then you got Robin in his classic colors, red, yellow, and green. I just think this is a nice mix here. This is like the dynamic duo, perfect blend of, both representations of their colors. So I actually like this quite a bit. I think it looks awesome. Moving on to the next member of the Bat family, we've got Red Hood. They seem a little different, like they don't really fit, but they kind of do. I don't know. There's just something about it where they don't seem to really go together. I think it's the size difference, because I don't know, in my head, I feel like Tim Drake should be a little bit shorter. He should be younger. If we're going chronologically, you got Dick Grayson, obviously the oldest, Nightwing, and then you've got Jason Todd, the second Robin. So Tim Drake should kind of be a littler guy, but that's kind of one of the things with McFarlane where every figure is going to be 7 inches. So I think if this was slightly taller, these two would look really, really good together. And sorry, I think I said slightly taller. If he was slightly smaller, I think him and the Red Hood would look perfect together. Next member of the Bat family, we've got Barbara Gordon, aka Batgirl. I actually like this quite a bit, honestly. Them together looks really good. Don't mind that at all, to be honest. I like it. And then last but not least, we got the final member of the Bat team. Well, there are more members of the Bat family, but, at least what I have in my collection. Last one is going to be Nightwing. This is Nightwing from the Gotham Knights video game. And I would say even though Nightwing and Batman are, their designs are based on video games, I think they still fit well with the comic version of the character. I actually don't mind the size between these two where I felt like Tim should be a little bit smaller than Red Hood. For some reason, the size comparison between the two, it's not bothering me as much as it did with Red Hood. I don't know why. And yeah, all in all, I'm happy to say I'm glad I added this to my collection. At least in my opinion, between the two Tim Drake Robin figures, I would say that this one is superior in my opinion. So very happy I picked this one up. And makes a nice, I don't want to say addition, because it doesn't make a good addition. It makes a nice replacement for the Robin that I had in my collection. Next, we are going to be jumping into Transformers Beast Wars, and I've got a very, very cool edition this month. So in case you missed last episode, I got this character. This was my edition for my Beast Wars collection last month, Leo Prime. If you want a full breakdown of it, definitely go check out the last episode. In case you're not familiar with this character is based on a Japanese anime called Beast Wars 2, where in North America, we had our regular Beast Wars with Rhinox and Optimus Primal and Mousetrap, just a couple to bring in. In Japan, they actually continued on with Beast Wars. Not the same continuity, but they continued the brand of Beast Wars. And this was the leader for that Beast Wars 2 team. And something I mentioned in the last episode was there's really 3 Beast Wars shows. You have the original one here, which, was in North America, big hit, loved it. You've got Beast Wars 2, which was a Japanese-only show. And then there was actually another Beast Wars show that I kind of briefly mentioned in the last episode, and that show is called Beast Wars Neo. And I would say that's kind of like a third installment in the Beast Wars franchise. And again, that season was Japanese exclusive and featured a whole new cast of characters. And we're actually going to be adding one of those characters. So we're going to have representation for Beast Wars version 1, version 2, and now Beast Wars Neo. So without further ado, let's take these guys out. We'll bring them back later. But the character I am talking about is from, like I mentioned, the Beast Wars Neo cartoon. It is the character known as Stampy. So Stampy here is one of the Maximals for the Beast Wars Neo team. I'm going to be honest, I'm not as familiar with Beast Wars Neo as I am with like Beast Wars 1 or Beast Wars 2. But I was on eBay, I think it was last month. I was just kind of doing some research on some Beast Wars characters and getting prices and stuff and keeping my eyes on things. And one of the characters that was kind of always recommended to me by eBay was Stampy. And finally, I was like, all right, eBay, I'm tired of you fucking forcing Stampy upon me. I will take a look at it and, see if I want to add it to my collection. So I did some research and I saw that a guy was selling it for a pretty good price. And not only was it a pretty good price, it is sealed, never has been opened. As you can tell, you can see the tape has yellowed. It's so old. I think it's from 1997, 1999. You can see the date there. So very, very old. Almost 25 years old. That's crazy. Even the box is kind of yellowed a little bit, but yeah, the tape specifically never been opened, sealed on both sides. I did confirm that. And I was like, damn, a figure that old, a Japanese exclusive figure, or I don't know if it was Japanese exclusive, but as you can tell by the lettering in the box, no English, so I don't know if it was a Japanese exclusive, but, this is from Japan. And I was like, man, it would kind of be cool to get Stampy and then have some representation for, like, each Beast Wars show. So I thought about it. And like I said, I saw it for a good price, sealed, never opened. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to pull the trigger. I'm going to grab Stampy. I think he's going to be a great addition to my collection. I did have a reservation about picking him up. I looked at a bunch of listings for Stampy, and every time I looked at pictures of it, it looked fucking huge. Now I'm going to do a little size comparison. So here we can see Leo Prime, part of the Transformers Legacy line, and here is Stampy. But I swear to God, every picture I looked at Stampy, I would have thought he was this big. I thought the box was this big. I thought he was going to be huge-ass rabbit. And I'm like, oh man, he's really not going to scale well with the rest of my Beast Wars figures. And I was happy to learn that he's actually a pretty small guy. He's actually the perfect size for being a cute little rabbit. Let's take a look at the box real quick. I'm not going to be able to translate much, but it is from Beast Wars, as you can see here. Beast Wars, you see the Maximal logo. And here we see a nice shot of him from the cartoons, transformed. On top, we see him transformed. We see him in some sort of battle mode, looking fucking crazy. Like that, a bunny turns into that. That's insane. And then we got the bunny form himself. We got Cyber Toron. Translation didn't really work out there. On this side, we see another shot of the figures, and it looks like that little like battle mode that he has. I think he's being held by another Transformer here. Actually, there's this. Oh, this is. Oh, I was not expecting that. This is a little cutout here, as you can see, this little circle. Okay. That was kind of weird. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with the box? Then I was like, oh yeah, it's got a little bit of a cutout, so that's kind of cool. So yeah, maybe he is used as a weapon in this form. Interesting. Okay, maybe it'll show us a better look at that. Here we see another version of him transformed, or not version, but another shot of him transformed. On the back, a lot of Japanese lettering. Cannot translate any of this. But I do see the Maximal logo, so we do know he's a good guy. We can confirm that. And then on the bottom, which is a really weird spot to put it, you would think they put that kind of stuff on the back, but whatever. Here are some of the other characters that you can get. So these are 2-packs, I believe, or maybe they're single releases. I'm not sure, but as you can see, red is Maximals and purple are Predacons. Just kind of take a look. So we see a giraffe, we see a cobra here, we see a Triceratops, a Stegosaurus for the Predacons. Here we see Stampy against some sort of reptile dinosaur thing. And then we've got a penguin, which looks absolutely nuts. Like, every other character is like, you can see their animal and their transformation, and in here it's just like a Kinder Egg surprise where it's like, you got to get to the inside, and there is the prize. It doesn't even... That's a terrible looking robot, that penguin there. Doesn't even incorporate the penguin at all. He's just hiding inside. But yeah, here we see Stampy fighting some sort of dinosaur thing. And we got the penguin fighting a crustacean of some sort. And then here we've got a crab for the Maximals. And we've got, it looks like a repaint of Pterosaur from the Beast Wars line. But he's painted purple. I'm assuming that's a completely different character, but they probably use the same model. And then on the bottom here, we have a Warthog, who I believe is Razorback. Actually, hold on a second. I thought the Warthog might be on the back here, but we can actually see that Pterodactyl is called Laserbeak, at least in the, American version. But yeah, these are just some of the characters that are in the Beast Wars line. I'm surprised they didn't show off the Optimus Primal character. I believe he's a mammoth, like a woolly mammoth. I believe that's his animal form. I could be wrong. But yeah, just some of the cool characters that you can see if you do watch the show. And yeah, I gotta say, I'm very happy with the inclusion of Stampy here. My Beast Wars collection is getting a lot more awesome. But yeah, here we see some representation for each season of Beast Wars. We've got Rhinox and Rat Trap representing Season 1, or Beast Wars 1. And then we've got Clawjaw and Leo Prime representing Beast Wars 2. And now, a great addition to my collection representing Beast Wars Neo, we've got Stampy. Very, very cool. And there was actually some very cool Beast Wars news that happened in this month. We'll be talking about it in the news section. But I'm just happy to say that Hasbro has finally shown some love to the Beast Wars community. So shout out to Hasbro. You guys did a great job with your Transformers Hasbro Pulsecon presentation. And I look forward to everything you announced there and more. And who knows, with them doing a bunch of Beast Wars 2 characters, maybe we can see some Beast Wars Neo characters in the near future. Fingers crossed, that would be awesome. Next, we are going to be jumping into Marvel Legends, and we got 2 really cool editions. Technically 3, because one's a 2-pack, but I like to say 2 because it's technically 2 packages, so whatever floats your boat. For me, it's 2, but I can see the argument if you make 3. Anyways, let's talk about the figures. So the first figure we're going to be showing off is the 2-pack that I was talking about, and it is the 2-pack of the Hasbro Pulse exclusive Spider-Man animated series VHS 2-pack of Alistair Smythe and Peter Parker. When this first got announced, I was really pumped for Smythe because he's just kind of like a forgotten Spider-Man villain. And he plays like a decent little role in the animated show. He's kind of like Kingpin's lackey. When I saw that it was packaged with Peter Parker, I'm going to be honest, I wasn't the most excited. But I've seen a couple pictures of Peter and like people that have done like figure photography on like Instagram and stuff. It's kind of really grown on me, so I'm actually pretty excited to be opening this up. But before we do open it up, let's take a look at the box because it is in the plastic-free packaging, as we can see right here. So we got a nice little shot of Alistair Smythe in his mutated form. And there's Peter Parker in one of his outfits that he would typically wear. I would have preferred the teal polo look for him, but, I don't mind the blazer and red shirt look. It's fine. On the side, we've got another shot of them with the Spider-Man logo, looking pretty cool. On top, we've got the Spider-Man logo again. On this side, we can see the VHS stylings, Peter Parker and Smythe. Bottom, we've got nothing. And on the back, we see the two figures that will be coming in the box. So here is Smythe, looking pretty cool in his mutated form. And there's Peter. Actually looks pretty cool. I think the head scan looks good, at least from the photos that I've seen and the little render here. I'm interested to get it in hand, though. And, of course, he comes with a camera. I'm assuming Smythe might come with a couple extra hands or something along those lines, but nothing is shown off on the box. But speaking of box, let's check it out and make sure the tape is intact. And first we got this top piece. It's intact. And on the bottom, which is where we're going to be cutting from, it is nice and sealed. So let's cut this bad boy open. And I think we might start with Smythe, to be honest. I think we might save Peter for last. But here is the packaging. Oh, there's one. That was Peter. And this is Smythe. And here we've got a couple accessories in the box. Boom. Box should be empty. Yep, there it is. Give me a second. Let me unbox these and we'll take a look at the accessories. First, we are going to show off the extra set of hands for Peter Parker, and he comes with the web thwipping hands, which I think is a weird addition. If anything, he should probably come with like fisted hands, right? Like he's not going to use webs while he's just Peter Parker, but interesting addition. I don't think these have come in like a human skin color, so that's pretty cool. Or maybe you can do a thing where Peter doesn't have enough time to change into Spider-Man, so he just puts on the mask, and then you could put on those thwipping hands, and he's kind of thwipping through the air and saving somebody. I guess that would make sense. We might do that later. I might show off that scenario, but yeah, just some web thwipping hands. Looking nice. We'll show off Peter's other accessory, which we saw on the box, which is his camera. Looking pretty nice. Nice little accessory. Nice detail on it. It would have been cool if it came with a strap that you can kind of put around his neck or he can carry. And it seems like they could have done it. Like you have the little clips there that you put on a strap. So it just would have been cool. A little piece of plastic that connects and, carries it around his neck or whatever the case may be. I think that would have been a cool touch. Other than that, I think it is a pretty solid looking camera. And the other accessories that are in the box is a set of hands for Smythe. And here are the hands that he gets. He gets kind of hand-shaking hands, kind of weird ones. I don't really know how to describe them. It's just kind of like, they're kind of zombie-ish, to be honest. Just with the skin color just being all gray and stuff, and the hands like brains. I want brains. That's kind of the vibe that I'm getting from them. But yeah, interesting hands. Not too much to say about them. But speaking of Smythe, we're going to take a look at him first. And here he is in all his glory. Looking pretty sweet. He does look kind of plain, but that's just kind of the character that he is. This is like what he looks like, all, creature-like. He's got like fins and stuff, huge foot claws. I don't even know how you would describe these things coming out of his shoulders. But I think in terms of likeness, I think they did a good job. But yeah, there wasn't too much deco for them to apply to him. So he does kind of look a little, boring, but he's a cool Spider-Man villain. He manned the Spider Slayers, which were pretty cool. Actually, I do hope that we get a normal version of him in his wheelchair. Not a wheelchair, but he had that like floating kind of Professor X from the X-Men animated show type floating chair. I think that'd be a pretty cool thing to kind of go along with him. The first thing I do have to mention on this guy, which is so from its time, is that hairstyle. Look at that goddamn beautiful mullet. Business in the front, party in the back. Just absolutely ridiculous. What a figure from its time. At one point, this was like the epitome of cool. Like, if you had this, you were considered fucking cool. And now we laugh at those people that have this haircut. But I feel like it's kind of coming back. Like, I feel like people are trying to bring back the mullet. Not so much a flat top, because that is a little bit of a harder hairstyle to maintain. Honestly, I think that's something that should be left in the 90s. There are some people that can rock a mullet. Smythe here is one of them, but not too many others that I can think of. But yeah, sweet freaking mullet. Gotta give mention to the mullet. But here is the face scan, looking pretty good. I like those very menacing, evil yellow eyes. Looks very cool. I would have liked more of a grin on him, like what is on the box. Or not a grin, but like, I would have liked that, compared to, you know, the kind of stoic look that he's got going on. I would have liked maybe some teeth. You see some fangs in his mouth. I think that would have been cool. But again, the things on his shoulders, I don't know what they are or what they're called. I'm not even sure what he's actually supposed to be mutated into, like what they used to kind of combine his DNA with. Because I know that they wanted to make him walk again, and then obviously he became this abomination, but I don't even know what they combined him with. Maybe it was Spider-Man's DNA or something along those lines. I don't know, I gotta go back and watch a couple episodes, or more realistically, I'll probably just read the Wikipedia. Pretty solid looking figure, looking very buff, looking absolutely ripped. I do like the legs. They are textured. There's a little bit of a texture to them, so they're not just kind of plain, which is nice, gives it, you know, something. But I think it's time we take a look at his articulation. Let's see what he's working with. In terms of head movement, he's got a good forward down looking, but in terms of looking up, it's okay. It could be better, but you know, the mullet's too much party going on in the back. He's not able to look all the way up, but you still get a decent look up, but it's not too good. Could be better. But again, the mullet's in the way, but, you know, we're not going to shame the mullets. These things on his traps, I believe these are traps between the shoulder and the neck. These are just solid pieces of plastic. This is actually, it's not sharp, but it's strong. It's strong plastic. It doesn't bend. It doesn't move at all. It's just there for decoration, not meant to be played with. We will take a look at the arm articulation, up and down. We got cut at the bicep, double jointed elbows, and they are pinless along with the legs. I always mention this because I know people wonder about it, and I like to do a pretty thorough review when I'm, you know, overlooking stuff on figures. Me personally, it doesn't matter. Ooh, nice torso, bend backwards. And a pretty good forward one, too. That's quite nice. We will change out one of the hands. We will change out the right hand. And we'll put in this bad boy here. See, it's kind of a weird one. You know, you look at this hand compared to the fist, and it just kind of doesn't really fit. Maybe if it was like a sea gripping hand where he can have like Peter and he's choking him. I guess you can kind of do a choking motion with this, but you really probably couldn't get a good grip on the neck, but I guess you could recreate that. Anyways, I digress about all the hand stuff, but let's move on. We've got the waist swivel here. Pretty nice, pretty smooth. Let's take a look at the splits. And actually way better than what I was expecting. I thought we were going to get that short of distance on splits, but actually pretty decent. And now let's take a look at the sitting. Sitting is pretty good. Now let's take a look at this leg articulation, forward to the side. We got thigh swivel, double jointed knees. Nice, they bent. Actually, looking at this, he can kind of be a Aquaman villain, to be honest, or maybe a Namor villain if we want to keep it in the Marvel universe. And he's got a ball joint on the foot, as you can see there. We'll take a look at the other leg, forward to the side, movement at the thigh, double jointed knee, and foot articulation. And let's spin that bad boy around. Actually, hold on, that felt kind of weird. There we go. A little more natural. The way I was kind of rotating it was like, this doesn't feel too good. And I'm like, I gotta stop movement on that. So yeah, I think Smythe looks pretty solid. No real complaints besides he kind of looks a little boring. But honestly, that's just the character. That's how he is. So to others, he may seem boring. And I'm not saying he's boring to me, because this is kind of what I expected. But he can definitely come off as boring for someone that is not too familiar with him. So I can get that, but I like me some Spider-Man villains, and he's going to make a nice addition to that collection. Speaking of a nice addition to my collection, next we've got Peter Parker, also in the 2-pack. I have yet to get a Peter Parker. There is one other Peter figure that was on a retro card. It was released a while ago. I thought about picking it up. It's okay. It's not my favorite. The one thing I really wasn't a fan of was the glasses were stuck to the face. And it just made him look super, super dorky. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to pass on that. And I'm glad I did, because now I do have a Peter. And I think this is a pretty solid looking Peter. Oh, he's even got a watch. I was going to say, what is that on his wrist? And that is a nice watch. We'll take a look at it when we get to it. But I think they did a great job with the face scan. I think it looks exactly like the cartoon. And like I mentioned, I'm not crazy about this attire, specifically the blazer and red shirt. If it was the blue polo, this figure would have been perfect for me. But actually, speaking of Smythe being, his mullet being of the times of the 90s, this look is super 90s. Jeans, shirt tucked in, and then putting a blazer on top. This 2-pack is basically like a time capsule of the 90s, which I don't mind. It's actually pretty cool. I grew up on watching the show, so this is pretty fun for me. And yeah, here he is. Just taking a quick look at the Peter figure. Looking quite nice. And like I mentioned, I think the head sculpt looks fantastic. Like, they really did a good job with this. I guess we'll take a look at the articulation. So let's start with the head. Head cannot go up at all. Between the blazer and the hair, he is severely limited towards looking up. But in terms of looking down, not too bad. Got neck rotation there. The torso is going to be very interesting because it's probably very limited from the blazer. But we'll take a look at the arms first. So here is his right arm going up quite nicely. Bicep cuts. I believe, yeah, this is a single jointed elbow, as we can see right here, which makes sense with how this sleeve is with the arm. So I'm actually fine with that. Honestly, sometimes double jointed elbows are a bit much. I'm fine with a single elbow most of the time. And I think the single elbow works out well here. So I'm fine with that. And then we've got some hand articulation. Now let's take a look at the other arm. Up and down. Bicep. Rotating. Again, single jointed elbow. Very similar. Not very similar. The exact same as the other arm. And here is a watch on his hand. We'll actually pop off the hand and take a look at the watch, because I didn't even know this was an accessory. But yeah, here it is. Actually, some pretty nice detail on it, to be honest. You can see the strap kind of. Oh, there we go. See the strap, all the holes to make it tighter. And yeah, actually a really cool watch. I actually like this quite a bit. Nice accessory. And I think we're done with the arms. Next, let's check out the torso. Not too much to work with. Back, nothing at all. Forward, not too much. We got the waist there. Now let's check out the legs. Let's check out splits. This is another one. Splits are way better than what I thought it was going to be. Actually quite nice. I'm pretty happy with that. Let's check out this leg. Forward to the side. We've got the thigh cuts. Needs to be worked in a little bit. A little tough here. We got double jointed knees. These are pinless. Same with the elbows, but the elbows are not double jointed. There it is. Nice set of jeans. Nice blue jeans. Some nice denim Hanes. Definitely the type of jeans that you would see in a commercial. And let's take a look at the foot articulation. This is a little tough as well, but it works. It moves. Now let's take a look at the other leg. Forward to the side. Again, this thigh is pretty hard to rotate around. Needs to be worked in. Got the double jointed knees. Holy shit, this whole fucking leg is stiff. Goddamn. And foot is nice. Foot is moving quite nicely. And he has the ball joints similar to Alistair Smythe. And yeah, pretty good looking Peter. I am pretty happy with it. I do want to kind of pose him with the camera so he can take some photos for J. Jonah Jameson, so he can get that raise at the bugle. Let me see if I can put him in a pose. Probably something like that, with the camera, holding it in his hands. From this angle, it looks pretty good. From this angle, not so much. I guess he would position his hands here and here. One holding... Well, actually, he'd probably hold his hand with this one and then hit the clicker with that. But whatever. Maybe he's out and about. He sees Alistair Smythe robbing a bank or something, and he's like, whoa, J. Jonah Jameson's gonna love a picture of that. Click, 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 click. And then he's like, what the fuck is that? Click, click, click. Oh, shit. And then we pull a Scooby-Doo and comes the other way, and, you know, he's running away, and Spider-Man's chasing after him, and he's like, get over here. And then after Spider-Man takes care of Alistair Smythe, then he can set up the camera and take some, you know, like web it in the corner and then just do cool tricks and take nice photos. And then J. Jonah Jameson will be like, how'd you get those photos? Those are incredible, Parker. Pretty cool. But I brought this Spider-Man out to test something. So let me just kind of clear the board here. So this Spider-Man here is from a 2-pack that we unboxed a bunch of episodes ago. I can't recall which one it is, but it's a 2-pack of Spider-Man and Spinneret, which is Mary Jane. Fun little 2-pack, and I really like this Spider-Man quite a bit. And it also comes with a Peter Parker head. So what I wanted to do was I wanted to pop the head off here. I wanted to take the Peter Parker head from here, see how it looks on this Spider-Man body, and see how this Peter head looks on this Peter body. So let's pop off this head. Hopefully, I was going to say hopefully it's very easy, and it is. Pop on the Peter head first. It looks kind of dorky, to be honest. He's got no neck. I feel like the other Peter had more neck. Yeah, those are good proportions. The other Peter just felt like the head sunk in quite a bit. I brought it up a little bit, so it's a little above the peg. And it's not bad. It's not my favorite. I think I prefer the other Peter head. But there is that Peter head on this Peter body. Now let's try this Peter head on the Spider-Man body, and let's see how this one looks. This one I'm pretty interested in. Not bad, to be honest. It's a little loose on the ball joint, so you can see it's just going absolutely nuts, which is unfortunate. But I think it looks kind of good. It looks a little small for the body, in my opinion, but I kind of like it. I think it looks pretty good. It kind of fits. But I think I'm going to keep, you know, what it was originally. Get this Peter head on this Spider-Man body, and then put actually, before we put on that Peter head, let's put on the Spider-Man head. That little scenario I created before where, you know, Peter doesn't have enough time to switch suits, so he just puts on his mask and then the thwipping hand, and he can go save the day. That actually looks pretty cool. I kind of like that. I like the Spider-Man mask on the Peter body. I feel it kind of fits. It actually looks quite nice. It looks like it belongs. That is pretty cool. But yeah, overall, I'd say this is a pretty fun 2-pack. I'm glad Smythe finally got a figure. That is pretty cool. This pretty, I don't want to say a deep cut, because if you watch the TV show, it's not a deep cut, but in terms of all the Spider-Man villains together, he's definitely seen as a deep cut, in my opinion. So cool that he's finally getting his figure. I believe this is his first Marvel Legends figure ever. Could be wrong about that, but I believe that is the case. And this Peter figure, pretty happy with it. I think it turned out well. Really like that head sculpt. But man, if it had the teal polo, this would have been the perfect set, and I would highly recommend this. But because he comes with the blazer, it's not the look I think of when I think of the cartoon. Like I said, I think of the teal polo, but I think this is still a solid figure and a solid set of figures, and I think it would make a great addition in anyone's Spider-Man collection. And then last but not least, for Marvel Legends, the figure that is going to be main eventing for Marvel Legends is one that I'm actually pretty excited about. It's of a character I have no idea who they are. I'm not familiar with them, but they just look so freaking cool. This figure was revealed at San Diego Comic-Con this year, and I was like, holy shit, that figure looks awesome. Who is that? And then for Hasbro Pulsecon this year, it was revealed as one of the exclusive figures for the Marvel Legends section, and the figure I am talking about is the character known as Detroit Steel. I'm pretty surprised I got this figure and another figure, which we'll see here in a second. I'm surprised I got them so early. I'm kind of spoiling what we're going to be ending out with, but yeah, it's from Hasbro Pulsecon. But yeah, I ordered this and something else, like right on the Friday of Hasbro Pulsecon. The pre-orders went live at 5, and I was right there to get those 2 items. And a few days later, it was like, okay, your figures are shipping. And I'm like, what? I was not expecting either one of these to ship right away. I thought these were going to come. I thought I saw a release date of November for this. I swear it was November. I could be wrong. But I was not expecting it. I wasn't even expecting it in September, like October maybe, but it came right at the end of September, which is like, okay, that's actually really cool. So like I said, Hasbro Pulsecon exclusive. We got Detroit Steel here. And just look at this thing. Let's take a look at the back because you can really see a nice shot of him. But look at this giant mech. This giant suit of armor. It's 9.2 inches tall. It's fucking awesome. God bless America. Like, just the Star-Spangled Banner all over that bad boy. And then my favorite parts. On one hand, you got a machine gun. And on the other hand, you've got a freaking chainsaw. Look at that. That is incredible. Like, that is awesome looking. Plus, you got missiles on the shoulders and stuff. Just a very, very cool, wicked looking figure. I cannot wait to open this. We're going to take a look at the box real quick. And I want to kind of speed through this because I really want to get this in hand. I do like the cover of the box. It's in the style of a cover of a comic issue. So that looks pretty cool. And you can see his name here, Detroit Steel. Don't let this fool you, Iron Man. He is from the Iron Man world and universe. I believe he is a villain. I need to do more research. I said I was going to, and I actually didn't end up doing any research. But I believe he is a villain. I don't think it's like War Machine, like, fuck, I forgot War Machine's name right now. Rhodey? I think it's Rhodey. Right now, I'm blanking so hard. And I don't think it's him, and I don't think it's Tony Stark in here. I think it's a completely different character. But yeah, wicked looking suit. On the side, we see a nice toy shot of the suit here. Just it standing still, looking pretty cool. On top, we've got an Iron Man logo going on here. On this side, we see kind of like a blueprint of the suit. Now, one thing I don't like about the cover art so far, or the box, I should say, is this side here. Because typically what they do on the left side is they'll take like a comic shot of the character and they'll post it on here. You don't really get that on here. It's kind of like a blueprint, like just... You can't even really tell that he's supposed to be all cool looking with like the American colors and stars and stuff. So kind of a terrible picture here. When I put it on my shelf, I will most likely be putting it this way so I can actually see what the figure is. But yeah, I would have liked a better comic shot or even like artist rendition of Detroit Steel on here. Not crazy about this on the side, but that's just me personally. We can see Marvel Legends series on the bottom, and on the very bottom we see some boring stuff, plastic-free packaging, and we already saw the back, but let's show it off again. Coming in at 9.2 inches, Detroit Steel. Not sure what accessories he's going to come with. I'm assuming these might be accessories, the chainsaw and the Gatling gun. The blast effect piece will definitely be an accessory, but I'm assuming these can come off and they'll be considered an accessory, but I don't know if we get an extra set of hands or whatnot. But we won't have to worry about that much longer. We will find out because we are going to be opening up this bad boy. And in terms of tape, I think you can only open it on the sides, so it would be on this side here, and it is sealed. or we can open it on this side here. Typically, I would open up the figure portion where the figure is displayed on that half of the box, but because I'm not crazy about this one, we're going to open it here, and we're going to leave this perfectly intact that I can display on my shelf. So let me get my trusty knife. Ooh, I'm so excited. I've never been this excited for a character. I have no idea who they are. Instructions, we don't need those. Let's open up these flaps, and let's bring this bad boy out. Oh, he's stuck on something. What are you stuck on, buddy? What are you stuck? Okay, this little cardboard piece was stuck. Oof, there he is. Inside, empty. We're gonna toss in the instructions, and this is a whole hell of a lot of box, so give me a minute to figure out how to unbox everything, and we will take a look at the figure in just a second. Alright, before we even get into the accessories, I gotta show off our bad boy here because he looks freaking sweet. Let me just rotate this arm. That's just how it was in the box. Oh, look at that Gatling gun and the chainsaw. They're already on. I'm not sure if you can take it off. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it, but oh my god, just look at our buddy here. Just one gigantic badass. Oh my god, I'm so excited. It looks freaking cool, but we'll come back to him, even though I just kind of want to jump into him and just kind of break down everything. Let's take a look at his accessories real quick. Luckily, there's not too many accessories to go through, but we do have a few, like I mentioned on the box, which was probably going to be an accessory, and that is a blast effect piece, and this will definitely go in the Gatling gun. And I'll put that in later, but just a nice orange little blast, little peg on the back, and you just pop it in the hole. And then we've got another blast effect piece, and it is of this. I don't know what this is. I'm assuming maybe this goes in here. Okay. I was going to say, because I saw a little hole on the front, so I'm like, maybe this goes into this? And then because it's a Gatling gun, bullets are usually flying off the side, so I'm assuming one bullet kind of just trickled off to the side and we still get the... I actually can't wait to put that in. And then the other accessory pieces that we get are little attachments that need to be put on his suit, but we get to 3 of these kind of wings, rotors, whatever you want to call them. I believe they go on the right side of the mech. Let's bring our bad boy in, and we can actually see where they clip in. So I'm assuming the 2 big ones go in the middle, and then our little one goes here. So let's pop those in real quick, push it in, and it clips. It doesn't really clip. It's kind of a weird one, but it does go in. Just got to put enough pressure in there. Boom, there's number 2. And then number 3, put this bad boy in, and now he is complete. And here he is. Oh my god, he just looks so fucking cool, dude. He looks so fucking cool. First thing I want to see, okay, right off the rip, this is glued on. Gatling gun is glued on. I'm assuming chainsaw as well. Yeah, if one's glued on, the other one's got to be glued on. So those are stuck to him. Captain America and Iron Man, they had a baby, and it is Detroit Steel. Why they picked such a shitty state? I have no idea. Well, Detroit's a city, Michigan is a state, but you know what I mean. But yeah, holy shit, this thing looks freaking awesome. I don't even know where to start. Like, I guess we'll just kind of take a look at it all around. Let's start from top to bottom. Let me see if I can bring these arms in a bit, just so we can get a nice, concise look at him. So here he is. A nice close-up of his mask, and his head just popped off. And, okay, that I was not expecting that to pop off, but there's a little, if you don't want that in there. I was just moving the head, and it popped off quite easily. Let's see if we can pop it in. Okay, I don't think it can click in. I'm pressing very hard, and his fucking fingers are digging into my hand. I think it just kind of sits there, and it's not really supposed to be turned. Like, you can turn it a little bit, but once you turn it too much to the side, it definitely pops off. So the figure's not broken, it just doesn't sit well or move well on the peg, which is understandable. It's a gigantic mech. Nice little chest piece here, similar to Iron Man. Just pipes all around, piping here. Here we can see some stars. This I was taking a look at when I was kind of moving him. I kind of like that this, look at that, that goes in and out. I want to move the arm, it comes out. I want to move it in, it goes in. That is pretty cool. More detail. I did see a little chip here, right here, which kind of sucks. It's a weird chip. It's not really a chip. It's like it was meant to be there. It's just a hole on the Gatling gun arm. Quite weird, but whatever. That kind of sucks. That was like one of the first things I noticed when I took it out of the box, because it's just so noticeable on the white, you know, just a giant red dots. Here we see his hand. I thought these were going to be able to go in, but actually they don't move at all. His hands stay like this. See, it kind of looks like each finger can kind of move, but it's just one solid piece of plastic. Pretty interesting. That's kind of disappointing, to be honest. I thought each finger was going to have tons of articulation. Here we can see the Gatling gun. I guess we can put the blast effect piece in now. We can pick any hole. We'll just pick that one. Here is what it looks like. Just raining down hellfire. Let's see. Hold on. I want to try something else. I want to try putting this one here and then putting this one in another hole. I don't think it's going to work. There's not enough room. As you can see, this blast effect piece takes up too much, so I'm not able to fit this in. Okay, so they do have to go together. And just such a cool little attachment, a fucking chainsaw. It looks pretty sweet. You know, you'd never think to add that to a mech, you know, a suit of armor, a chainsaw. You know, lasers, rockets, guns. But a chainsaw, like, it's a whole new level of, like, being sadistic. So here we got the legs. I do like the feet. They're very mech-like. And I think they move. The foot's supposed to swing back. It's not really moving, so I'm not going to force it. But there's this whole thing that's kind of, like, a little flimsy for it. But it's to make it a nice base so it can stand. Whoops. I was just saying that, and then it wasn't going to stand. So, good feet to incorporate all the weight of the figure, because it is quite bulky. Now, let's get into the articulation, and let's see what this bad boy can do and cannot do. So, we already know the head is quite limited. Can look up about that much. Can look down quite a bit. That's quite nice. Maybe Iron Man walks into battle, and he's like, "Who are you?" And then Tony's like, "I built your suit." And he's like, "No, I built this from a junkyard." So not bad head articulation, but again, if you try and twist it too much to the side, it does pop off the ball joint, but have no fear. It does pop on quite easily. We got the arms here. Arm moves surprisingly well. I thought it was going to be quite hard, but yeah, all the joints seem pretty good and nice, easy moving. And we already know that there's no finger articulation, unfortunately. Hand you can't do too much with because the Gatling gun's kind of in the way, but, you know, why do you need to move a hand when you have a Gatling gun and a chainsaw? But now let's check out this arm. Again, this one's moving very smoothly as well. Elbows, and then same thing with the hand. Can't really move too much. Actually, this one moved forward more. The other one did not want to. Now let's take a look at the chest. What can we do here? We can kind of move to the side. It keeps wanting to kind of twist back every time I do, so it doesn't really want to move there. But we can twist it all the way. No other ab crunch. You can kind of move back a little bit, move forward a little bit, but not too much. Very limited there. Waist. This is the waist, so it's all in one joint. I'm very interested to see the splits. Unfortunately, when it comes to the splits, this is about as far out as it's going to go. We have the pieces of plastic here that are going to kind of get in the way, as you can see here and here. And yeah, not too much. That's better than what I was expecting, to be honest. So that's all right. But yeah, no splits for Detroit Steel here. We got a thigh cut deep inside here. It's not really his thigh. I guess it kind of still is. It's just like deeper in inner thigh, closer to the knee. Speaking of knee, we got one joint for the knee. And as I was showing off earlier, there is a joint for the foot. If you see right here, the foot can move, but I have not had any success with it. And the fact that this piece is like separate, it kind of scares me to move it, because I feel like I'm just going to rip off this whole like bottom piece. So I'm going to leave it the way it is. It's fine. I don't see the need to move his foot at all. So I'm just going to leave it, but there is a joint there that you can bring the foot either forward or backward, whatever you'd like. But like I said, not going to take the risk. Actually, we just had something interesting happen. We had this bad boy come out of the arm, and hopefully it can go back in, because it definitely is on an angle. How the fuck is this going to go back in? Like, literally, there is no goddamn way. I don't even know how it was in there. Okay, I managed to get it back in. I did have to bend it because it was not an easy put in, so I had to kind of bend it a little bit. But I did get it in, and I feel like if I move it, does seem like it's going to probably pop out again, so I'm just going to kind of leave it the way it is. I don't think this guy did. Well, actually, if you bring it too far forward, it does look like it's about to pop out, and you can see it's kind of bending here. So something I just noticed, which is not a good thing. So we're going to leave the arms alone and go back to the legs. So we'll go with this leg. Actually, I did not check if it can come forward or backwards or to the side or anything, but yeah, the front leg, the leg does not want to go up at all, so you can't do any kicking motions or anything like that, which is a bit unfortunate. I know the splits weren't going to work, but at least a kicking motion I think would have been good for this figure, but it sucks that that does not happen. We've got the thigh swivel here, single jointed knee. This guy's so big I keep hitting my camera because got the fucking chainsaw and the Gatling gun. I kind of swing it to go take a look, and it's just like knocking everything over, so I apologize if you see that. And last but not least, the foot, which is the same as the other foot. Before we wrap up with Detroit Steel, I did bring some fellow friends in metal suits to kind of pose him along with. So we've got Iron Man here. This is the one from the Avengers video game. And we've got War Machine. I'm going to be honest, I don't think even with the combined power of War Machine and Iron Man, they got enough firepower to stop Detroit Steel here. Between the missiles, the Gatling guns, I'm sure that chest piece fires off a blast, and the chainsaw, they are in for quite a battle. But yeah, just a really cool display I wanted to put together. And we're going to do a couple comparisons, just size-wise, just to show you how big this figure is here is Alistair Smythe, who we saw earlier, and he is about half the size of Detroit Steel. Same with Peter. Here he is, quite dwarfed by the very menacing Detroit Steel. So very cool month for my Marvel Legends collection. Got 3 solid editions: Alistair Smythe, Detroit Steel, and Peter Parker, who's taken some pretty nice photos for the Daily Bugle. So yeah, very happy with them. I think the Smythe and Peter 2-pack was pretty solid, and Detroit Steel, even though I'm not familiar with him, I'm always a fan of getting a big figure like this, and he just looks pretty fucking awesome. Pretty limited in terms of articulation, so if you are interested in picking him up and moving him around a lot, there might be some issues there. Also, if you are interested in picking up Detroit Steel, he is only available on Hasbro Pulse. Actually, both of these sets are only available on Hasbro Pulse, so if you're interested, you gotta go check it out there. But if you are interested in Detroit Steel, I would say try and pick him up sooner than later. Just because he is a con exclusive, he's probably going to sell out quite quickly. So if you are interested in him, definitely make a mad dash for him, in my opinion. So solid edition for the Marvel Legends. I'm very happy with my pickups this month. And last but not least, we are ending out on Power Rangers Lightning Collection this month. I've got two pretty cool editions. One's definitely way cooler than the other. I kind of already spoiled what it is, but we did get the Omega Ranger 4-pack from Hasbro Pulse, which was a Pulsecon exclusive. We will be opening up this bad boy. I'm actually really looking forward to this. Super excited that it got announced and revealed, and I finally got it in hand. But before we get to this, there is something else I want to unbox, but I just wanted to show this off real quick just because the box is so fucking cool. And I actually had another package come in, and I actually was not expecting this. I believe this was slated for a October-November release, but GameStop was like, hey, we got it in stock. Are you interested in getting it? I'm like, yeah, why not? You know, send it on over. And the figure I am talking about is from the Deluxe Wave 5, I believe, maybe 4 or 5, one of those waves, but it is the villain known as the Mighty Minotaur. Always excited to get the villains. I've mentioned it before, but I'll mention it again. Love getting the villains. I think that's one of the cool things about the Lightning Collection is not only do they focus on the Rangers, but they also focus on the bad guys. I will say I'm not very excited for this figure, and even when it was announced, I wasn't excited. Just for me personally, when I think of monsters, I think of unique designs, right? I think of someone like a Snizzard, who's this like snake plant-like creature, or maybe an eye guy, just a huge monster made out of eyeballs, or one of my favorites, Pumpkin Wrap. All very cool looking designs. But with Minotaur, I don't really feel like he stands out compared to those other monsters that we just saw. He just looks super generic. Like, he doesn't look like a Power Rangers monster. This is something that I can see in like some fantasy thing. Like, I can see a Lord of the Rings having a creature like this, or like Hasbro also does like Dungeons and Dragons. This is someone I can see kind of fitting in there. It doesn't really scream Power Rangers monster to me, so I'm not very excited for it, but it is cool getting a monster, so I'm happy in that sense, but it's not someone I was kind of clamoring for. It is cool that we did get him because he was a big part of the Once and Always special, along with Snizzard, who also released this year. In case you missed it, they did a special 30th anniversary on Netflix, and Snizzard and Minotaur were brought in alongside Rita to help her achieve her plan. So it makes sense to release them, both of these, but yeah, definitely not excited for him, but it makes sense for his release. So we're going to take a look at the box real quick. So here we get a nice shot of Minotaur here, and a nice little artist rendition of him, looking pretty sweet. On the bottom, we've got boring stuff. On this side, we've got the 30th anniversary of the Power Rangers, Mighty Morphin, Mighty Minotaur. Not a great name, but, it's fine. On top, Power Rangers Lightning Collection. On this side, this is how I'm going to have him displayed on my shelf. Nice little shot of him here. Mighty Morphin Power Ranger logo here. 30th anniversary here. And on the back, we see all the accessories that he comes with. And honestly, one of my favorite accessories that he does come with is right here. This little guy right here. He comes with a little clay doll version of himself for Finster to come to life. So I think that's just a really cool addition. I wish the other monsters came with this. I believe this is the first monster that has come with this this type of accessory. And this is actually something I would love to see with future releases of monsters, a little clay version of them, and then you can kind of make a shelf for Finster with all the little monsters. Very, very cool idea. So something I would love to see implemented. And we are going to be opening this bad boy up because it is plastic-free packaging. So let's take a look at the tape. We got 2 pieces on each side, sealed here and sealed here. And on the other side, this is where we're going to be opening it. This side, sealed and sealed. Let's pull the bad boy out of his case. He's kind of stuck in there. All these figures have seemed to be getting stuck in their box. I don't know why. Dude, he's really jammed in there. What the fuck? I don't know how but this piece of cardboard definitely got stuck somewhere in the box and actually ripped a little bit. That's not too big of a deal, but holy shit, I had so much trouble taking this out of the box. But here we've got the box nice and empty. We're going to throw the instructions in there actually, because we do not need them. Here we see a nice green tray for Minotaur. Give me a second to unbox him and we'll take a look at his accessories. All right, before we take a look at Minotaur, let's take a look at the accessories he comes with, and he comes with quite a few actually. The first is a set of hands. Always nice to get. Just gigantic brown hands. One is a punching fist hand, and one is a hand that allows him to hold either his shield or his little club here, which we will take a look at in a second. But no kind of fur texture on them or anything, which would have been a nice touch. But we do get the kind of claws on him. So we can see that these are part of like some sort of beast. Next, we've got probably my favorite accessory, the little clay doll version of Minotaur here, looking super duper adorable. Just do a little 360. No tail, unfortunately. Would have been cool if he had a tail, but honestly, that's not too big of a deal. And boom, we see the horns. We can see that it's clearly Minotaur. We'll do a little comparison. There's Big Minotaur, there's Little Minotaur. I can see the resemblance. Next item, we're going to take a look at his weapons. And first, we're going to start out with his spiked club. Very Flintstones-esque looking club. But, you know, the Flintstones didn't add spikes to theirs. But, you know, maybe it's just a Minotaur thing. But, yeah, just gray spike. They did paint the wrapping around it, the little handle portion, but other than that, it is just solid gray. You can see it's like a wood design for the club. Would have been cool if it was brown or something, but maybe it would have mixed up with this brown. I'm not sure. I don't know. It just looks kind of plain looking in my opinion. But yeah, there it is. We will show him off with this after. He's got a weapon, and now he needs to protect himself from whoever he's in battle with, and that's where his nice little shield comes in. And I actually like this quite a bit. I like all the little sword nicks all over the shield. You can see some battle damage on it. You can see some weathering of the paint on the shield. I like that. Shows that he's an experienced warrior, and he's been through many battles, except, you know, his greatest battle is the Power Rangers, who have defeated him at least twice. One in the show and then one in the special. And I'm not sure if he's ever been brought back anywhere else. But, yeah, nice looking shield. Here we can see the handle. I guess we'll put it on him right now. So I'm actually going to have to change this hand out, because he's going to need his gripping hands to hold the weapon and the shield. So let's pop this bad boy in. All right, we got the club in. It was quite hard. His hands are very, very stiff. Hopefully I can just slide in this, and I don't need to open it up at all like I did with the club. Come on, Minotaur. I'm actually going to have to take this off again to show off his articulation. The thing is in his hand. You can see he's kind of gripping it there, which is nice. And you can see he is ready for a war. He's got his shield. He's got his mace weapon. Actually, he's got more spikes on him. I didn't even see that. He's got spikes on his shield. He's got horns, spikes on his gauntlets. Very sharp dude. But there he is with both his weapons in tow. Just a nice little 360. I'll be doing another 360 once we take a look at him. But let's take these off for now, because we're going to be taking a look at the figure. And actually, we do have one more accessory piece, and it is a blast effect piece. It is just kind of a bluish, water bluish lightning. And I like the color of it, and I know it's supposed to go on his horn somehow. I'm not sure how, but something, it fits somewhere. I'm assuming maybe like this, because it kind of can sit on his head. Give me his box for a second. So I believe this is correct. Put in one horn through that hole, one horn through that hole, and he's kind of got like a forehead blast going on. And looks all right. Looks a little goofy, but I actually really like the color of this. It stands out quite a bit. But yeah, there he is doing a laser beam attack. Bzz. But now let's take a look at the man of the hour, Minotaur. And he looks all right. Like I said, wasn't crazy when he was announced. But, you know, I like getting the monsters. He's got a tail here. We'll be checking that out. It's a little 360 there. Let's take a look at the articulation. We've got head movement here. This looks like a separate piece that you could probably take out if you wanted to pop the head off. I was going to pop the head off, but I'm like, yeah, you know what? I'm not even going to bother. Nice little face there. Some nice green eyes. Nice looking horns. Nice fur all over him. We've got the butterfly joint in the arm, moving quite nicely on both of them. And we'll check out the articulation. The shoulder's a little limited just due to the fur getting caught there. So you can't go up any further than that. Goes down normally. We got a bicep cut, which is a little tough to move, but it's moving. It's moving and grooving. We got double jointed elbows, pinless figure as well, pinless elbows, pinless legs. The spiked gauntlet is molded on, so you cannot move it at all, which is fine for me, but just wanted to make mention of it. We've got his hands, which we've kind of already looked at earlier. Now we'll take a look at this side. Same thing with the shoulder, limited in articulation due to the fur. We got the bicep cut on this one, a little smoother than the other. Double jointed elbows, bending nicely, and hand articulation here. Moving down low, we got the abdomen, and we've got a ratchet in there. You can hear it click. He can go back quite far and forward a decent amount. No waist swivel. It is all in the abdomen area. So if you want to rotate him around, you got to do it here. Working our way down, he's got a nice little skirt. Let's see what's under the skirt. Oh my god, he's naked. He's not even wearing any underwear. Come on, Hasbro. What the hell? This is supposed to be a kid's toy and you're giving me naked minotaurs with Ken private parts? What the heck is this? But nice little dress. Got some fur on it as well. Actually, we'll take a look at the tail. See how it works. Is it free flowing? No, it just kind of rotates to the side. So if he's excited, he's like, ooh, Power Rangers to fight. His tail gets all waggly. Now let's check out the leg articulation. Pretty excited to see if he's got good splits. Actually, let's do the splits first. Let's see. No way. Dude, almost perfect splits. Was not expecting that from him. I was expecting there to be some fur on his thighs that would block it, but as you can see, even his little skirt piece is not blocking it. It's all soft plastic, so that is quite nice. You can even see some battle damage on his little dress here. The paint withering. That's how it's supposed to be. I don't think Hasbro was just like, you know what? We're not going to paint it all. We're going to save some money and not paint all the little pieces of his dress. So that looks quite nice. I don't think there's any marks or anything on the gauntlets. Does not look like it. It's not weathered at all. It doesn't have any chips in it. He hasn't blocked any swords with the gauntlets like Wonder Woman. Let's move on to the leg articulation. Let's go forward. Good bit. And to the side, we already saw a good bit there. We've got thigh articulation, double jointed knees, and we've got a hoof for a foot. And it's got the ball joint if you want to go nuts with it. But you actually can't rotate. Oh, wait. Yeah, it's hard to rotate because all the fur on the foots. Next, let's move this leg forward to the side. Thigh cut, double jointed knees, and the hoof is the same. Hoof movement there, and the ball joint on the ankle. You can move it however you'd like, but it is kind of limited due to the fur. Just want to do a little size comparison with Minotaur here because he is a bigger figure. I believe the box said he was 8.2, something along those lines, 8 point something. And, just before the Power Ranger segment, we had the Marvel Legends segment, and we had a big figure there. So just want to do a little comparison between Detroit Steel and Mighty Minotaur, and almost as tall as him. But as you can see, Detroit Steel definitely takes the cake in terms of the size department. But just showing off that the Minotaur is quite a tall-looking figure. So nice little comparison there. And like I mentioned earlier, these two were part of the 30th anniversary of the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Once and Always. I was going to take Snizzard out, but it was such a pain in the ass last time to pack them in that I'm like, it's not worth the trouble. We're just going to leave him in the box. He is in there. We have unboxed him for a previous episode, but just wanted to kind of show these guys off together. And here we have our team of MMPR Rangers to fight off Minotaur. I don't remember the episode that they fought him in. I'm not sure if it was a 5-man team or if Tommy was a part of the team. I just included him because, why not? But here is Minotaur taking on all the Mighty Morphin Rangers. I still think he's kind of a lame duck villain, but I am glad to get more villains. Honestly, this would probably be at the bottom of the list if I was given an option, just because it looks so generic that it can fit in with anything else. But other than that, I think the figure looks pretty good. I like his accessories, especially his little clay guy. And solid addition to my ever-growing monster collection. And here we've got the Mighty Morphin Power Ranger team, and we're actually going to take a few of these guys away. We're going to take this guy away, we're going to take this guy away, and we're going to take this girl away. And we are left with Trini, the Mighty Morphin Yellow Ranger, Jason, the Mighty Morphin Red Ranger, and Zach, the Mighty Morphin Black Ranger. And you might be asking yourself, why are these guys left over compared to the rest of the team? Well, these guys here are going to be very integral to this next set of figures that I show off. We saw it earlier, but I just want to show it off again. It is the Omega Ranger 4-pack. I'm going to take out the Mighty Morphin Rangers, but we will be seeing them again later. But yeah, super happy to have this pack. I'm honestly a big fan of these characters in general. I love the creation of the Omega Rangers. It's probably one of my top 3 favorite things they've done in the comics. Number 1, I would say, would be Lord Draken. I just think it's a really cool character, combination of the White Ranger and Green Ranger powers, and him being from like another world where he kind of kills all the Rangers and depowers them. I think that's pretty cool. Number 2, I would say, is the Omega Rangers. I love the fact that they kept Trini, Zach, and Jason in the mix with the Power Rangers. Because if you watch the show, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, the characters of Trini, Zach, and Jason, they all leave the show at one point. Behind the scenes, it was due to money issues. In the show, they said the 3 of them were going to a press conference in Sweden, and they couldn't be committing to being a Power Ranger anymore. So they transferred the powers over to Aisha, Adam, and Rocky, and we never saw those characters again. We did see Jason later on in the Power Ranger series, but Zach, he actually never really appeared in any other Power Ranger series. He never did any crossover. The only other crossover that he did was for the, what we were talking about with Minotaur, the Once and Always special on Netflix. And then with Trini, unfortunately, her life got cut short, so she was never able to be brought back for any special episodes or anything like that. But yeah, in the comics, instead of, just kind of discarding these characters like the show did, I don't know who created the Omega Rangers, but shout out to them. I think it's such a cool idea. It was like, hey, people still like these characters. They love Jason, Zach, and Trini. They were an awesome part of the team. They're a great trio. And it's like, we still want to do some stuff with them. And they ended up creating the Omega Rangers to incorporate them still within the comics, and I just think that's a really, really, really cool thing that they did. Plus, I think the suits just look awesome. Like the color of the suit, the yellow, the black, the red, the blue, the gold accents, like they just look so fucking cool. These are originally created Power Ranger costumes. These are just from the comics and were originally created, so it's just a really cool set of Rangers. And just to finish off my little list here, so the Omega Rangers would be number 2. Before we get to number 3, I'd also want to mention that there is also a 5th Omega Ranger, the Gold Omega Ranger, or the Death Ranger. We'll talk a little bit about him later, but he's not included in this box set, which is completely fine. I know some people might be angry about that, but he came way later. But yeah, anyways, just to finish off the list, my number 3 thing that they did in the comics that I really, really like would be bringing back the Green Ranger powers and having a completely new character inherit them with Matthew Cook. I really like the redesign of the Green Ranger. I think it's really cool. I actually can't wait to get a figure of him whenever that might come. But just to have that return, bring back the Green Ranger powers, have it be a 7-man team where you've got red, blue, black, yellow, pink, white, and then the re-edition of the Green Ranger. I really like that quite a bit. And there's just been so many other cool things that they've done in the comics. The comics are honestly probably one of the best things that have happened to Power Rangers in the past couple years. If you have not kept up with any of it, you're really missing out. But goddammit, enough talking. I want to open this box, and to be honest, I actually did open it already. If you see here, there is no tape. I did open it. So when this was delivered to me, it was delivered by FedEx, and they gave the box, and the box was open. I'll post pictures because I couldn't fucking believe what I was seeing, and I wanted to document everything in case I had issues with contacting Hasbro customer support or FedEx. I wanted everything to be, accounted for, so I took some pictures, and basically the box that it came in was just open, and they put fucking tape around it to make it hold still, but it just looked fucking terrible. It's like, dude, either a box fell on top of this and busted open my box. Luckily, it didn't sustain too much damage. The only thing would be right here on the bottom. It's a little dented. I don't think there's any more damage on the box. Maybe I'll find some as we go through the kind of unboxing. I was taking a look at the tape, and the tape looked good, but I just had something in my gut telling me, dude, you don't wait for the video, open this up, make sure everything's good and accounted for. And that's what I did. I opened it up, and I made sure everything was there. All the Rangers were there, the accessories. I didn't look through the accessory bag, but I saw that it was intact. I did end up opening the Red Ranger because I was like, oh, since I have it open, let me kind of take one out and kind of play around with it. And I unbagged the Red Ranger, so when we open it, he'll be already loose. That's why I opened it before the video, just in case anything was missing, maybe something was stolen, somebody opened it, whatever the case may be. I wanted to get on that fast, so that's why it has been open. But like I said, I just opened the Red Ranger. I didn't open anybody else, so we will be taking a look at all that, but let's take a look at the box first. I honestly really like this cover art. I think it might be a little too shiny, with all the gold just kind of blinging. It's a little hard on the eyes, to be honest. I know that's a dumb complaint, but yeah, it's a little too shiny for my liking, but I like the pose. Everyone kind of stands out. Jason, Trini, Zach, and the Blue Ranger, who, like I said, we'll be talking about in a second. So just there they are in a nice action pose. On top, we got Power Rangers Lightning Collection. On the bottom, we've got Boring Stuff. On this side, nothing, just the Omega Rangers, Boom Studios. On this side, this is probably how I'll have it displayed on my shelf, and we can just see the helmets here. This is very similar to what they did with the Alien Rangers. On the side, they had all the helmets, so we got red, yellow, black, and blue. And on the back, we see a nice group shot of the Rangers looking fucking awesome. They come with their signature weapons. They come with blast effect pieces and an extra set of hands. There is a bummer that they don't come with head sculpts, but if you saw with my, Yellow Ranger and Jason and Trini, I already unpacked the heads, so we will be trying them on the Omega Ranger body. So I got Jason, Trini, and Zach here. Unfortunately, there's no head for the Blue Ranger, and I don't know if we'll ever get one, to be honest. But yeah, I would say that's a little bit of a drawback from the package, but we've gotten a few Trini figures, we've gotten a few Zach figures, Jason's had a few figures, so there's been a couple ways to get the heads, but no way to get the Blue Ranger head as of yet. Just taking a look at the Rangers, there's the Yellow Ranger with her hammer and blast effect piece, Red Ranger with his blast effect piece and his sword, Black Ranger with, I don't know what you would call these weapons, a scythe of some sort. Some cool blast effect pieces there. I think these are new. I don't think I've ever seen these. And then we got the Blue Ranger up here with her trident. Looking pretty cool. And I don't have to cut open the box because it is already open. So let's pull it out. There we see the Red Ranger. Just before we even, get into this. Look at this suit. Look how cool this suit looks. It just looks fucking sweet. The helmet, everything about it. I love the shoulder pieces, the diamond in the center. I even love their morpher. It's like this little hand piece. It just kind of wraps around their hand like that. And then they morph. Omega Now, Omega Forever, I believe is the little roll call that they use. And yeah, just a nice little shot of the Red Ranger here. Looking pretty cool, but let's take a look at the rest of the box. Here is inside the box. Instructions we're going to toss in there. Here's Jason's loose bag. I'm just going to toss it in there for now. And here we have the team, blue, yellow, black, and here are all the accessories. So without further ado, let me unbox them real quick, and let's take a look at these figures. I am so excited. Everything has been unpacked. Let's take a look at the accessories first because there is quite a few of them. We are going to start out with, let's start out with the Yellow Ranger's accessories. So first we are going to show off her extra set of hands. Here they are, looking pretty cool. You can see this is the Morpher hands. Morpher is always on the left, and you can see the little symbol. Each Ranger does have a different element to their powers. I believe Yellow's is air, if I remember correctly, or it could be earth. It's air or earth, because red and blue are fire and water, and yellow and black are, one of them's air, one of them's earth. I don't remember which one to be exact. I would assume yellow might be earth just based on her weapon being a hammer. Kind of makes sense to me. But anyways, nice looking hands. I think they look pretty solid. Some good detail on them. Some good paint applications. Next, we just saw it, but here is her weapon. Her mighty, mighty hammer, putting Thor to shame. Very skinny handle here. I do like the gold paint on it. It really pops. Got a little bit of a yellow handle here. And yeah, here is the hammer, looking pretty solid. Nice little weapon for Trini. Definitely a different weapon compared to the little daggers that she had as the Mighty Morphin Yellow Ranger. And here is the blast effect piece for her. I don't think this has ever come out as well. I think this is a new one along with the one for the Black Ranger. But basically, put the hammer dead center in here, and it's basically like a giant, blast effect piece on the ground. Just whoosh. Or you can have it like this. You can have it either way, but it does make most sense to kind of smash it into the ground, and then it just kind of creates an explosion. So very cool blast effect piece. A nice purple here. Looking quite nice. You can see the indentation to fit the hammer. And here's the other side. Nice blast effect piece. Next, we're going to take a look at the Black Ranger's accessories, and we're going to start out with the hands, just like what we did with Trini. We've got the Morpher on that hand. We've got the black with a little bit of gray. I was interested to see how his suit was going to turn out, because his suit is pretty dark because you get the grays and the blacks, but you can separate the color. You can see that they went with a lighter gray, so it doesn't kind of mix in with the black, so it does stand out quite nicely along with the gold. And yeah, just two solid fisted hands. Now let's take a look at his weapon, which, like I said, don't know how to pronounce them, but it is a chain set of weapons. These are little mini scythes, and they actually rotate. Pretty cool. Was not expecting that. The chain it's a solid piece of plastic, but it is very bendable. You can move it however you'd like. And like I just figured out, you can kind of move these as you'd like as well. So very cool looking weapon. Good detail on them. Looking quite nice. Very, very sharp. And let's take a look at the blast effect piece to accommodate that. And it is kind of these whooshing blast effect pieces. Just like Trini's, also comes in purple. And they should just be able to slide in from the bottom, but just want to show them off first. Now let's slide it in. Let's slide on both of them. And there you have it. I don't know how this would work. Just whoosh, something along those lines, and then he just cuts a monster in half. Not too sure, but I actually like these quite a bit. I like the weapon, and I like the blast effect piece. Next, we're going to take a look at the Blue Ranger, who I'm blanking on her name right now. It starts with a K. I think it's Kyra? Something along those lines. It's not Kira, because that is the name of the Dino Thunder Yellow Ranger. Maybe it's Kaya. Kaya? It's a short name, and it starts with the letter K. That's all I remember about her. And she is kind of forgettable because she does not stick around too long. I think she's the Omega Blue Ranger for, like, I want to say maybe 5 issues, and that might even be too much. But I'll talk more about her after, but there's a lot to say about her. But similar to everybody else, fisted hands. I like the nice shade of blue on her, a nice lighter blue compared to a lot of the other Rangers that are like a darker blue. So looking quite nice with the gold and the gray. And her weapon, like I mentioned earlier, she has the power of water. So she gets a very nice looking trident. Her handle is very similar to Trini's hammer. Kind of. Actually, the blue one's a little bit thicker, but the pattern kind of reminded me of it. Quite long. As you can see here, we got a nice little gold paint at the bottom. Why aren't you focusing? There you go. And on top, we see the trident with some nice white and gold paint. And her blast effect piece is just some blue lightning. Nothing too special like the others so far, and I'm assuming it just kind of, I was going to say just goes on it, but I immediately just right through the hole. Let me see if I can somehow fit this on, maybe something like that, just like, hi-yah, just the blast effect piece. Doesn't have to fit perfectly, but it kind of works along those lines. And last but not least, we've got the Red Ranger. Let's take a look at his hands. And you won't believe it, but they're very similar to everyone else's hands. Just nice red. You see the morpher, gray, gold. I know my voice might not sound too interested because it's a lot of the same accessories besides the weapons. But yeah, hands, they look cool. Not much to say. But let's take a look at his weapon, which is a nice looking sword. I was actually interested how this would turn out. In the comics, his sword just looked so badass. Not to say it doesn't look badass here, but I thought it had a way cooler handle. But maybe I could have been mistaken. But yeah, just a nice little blade here. Nice little handle. A little bit of black paint, gold. A nice silver shine on the blade. And yeah, just a nice looking sword, and it comes with a blast effect piece that just slides on like this. So there it is, nice powered up slash. It would have been cool. I know that the The Lost Galaxy Red Ranger, the one that came in the 2-pack with the Psycho Red Ranger, he had a really cool blast effect piece with his sword. It was a very cool flame effect. I'll put a picture of it on the screen. It would have been cool if the Red Ranger here would have came with that, because you know, his element is fire, so it would have been cool if there was some sort of fire blast effect piece that you could put on instead of, you know, the standard lightning style that they give us. Little nitpick, but yeah, that's something I would have liked to have seen. Here is our team of Omega Rangers, and I cannot wait to kind of play around with these. I think the suits all look pretty awesome. I think the colors look great. I just think these turned out exceptionally well, and I'm just very excited that I even have these in hand. We're going to start out with the Blue Ranger. We're going to take a look at her first, the evil Blue Ranger, who, like I said, doesn't become a Blue Ranger for too long. I don't even remember how she gets mixed up in with the rest of the trio, but she gets selected to be the Blue Ranger. It's been a while since I read that story, so those little details aren't clicking with me right now. I gotta reread that. But actually, fun fact about the Blue Ranger, so she loses her powers like really early on. They kick her to the curb. And then for a good bit, the team is just this trio here of Jason, Zach, and Trini. And then eventually they do get another Blue Ranger again. But they have this like cat alien thing that's part of their group, and he actually becomes the Blue Omega Ranger, which would have been a really cool figure to get. Fingers crossed that I hope that is like in the pipeline at some point for them to do. I saw some people mention like, oh, why didn't they do the Cat Ranger for the Blue Ranger? And, you know, this is basically their first appearance. That's what the whole set is based on. So it makes sense to do, I'm just going to call her Kaya, but I don't know if that's right, to include her as the Blue Omega Ranger, because technically she was part of the team first, and she was the first Blue Omega Ranger. Well, not the first Blue Omega Ranger, but like the first Blue Omega Ranger with this team. But let's take a look at the figure. Nice little 360 here. You can see the costume in full effect, looking quite nice. Here's a nice close-up of the helmet with the black and gold stripes. Looking pretty cool. And we will test out the articulation. So we got head articulation here. When I was playing around with the Red Ranger, when I opened it, I noticed that the neck peg is separate. You can move the neck separate, as you can see. It is going around. Actually, hold on. Let me pop the helmet off and you can see better. But you can see that the neck kind of moves around. So you can have the suit like this, which would be wrong. You would not get as much movement, but that's how it should be. And here's the Blue Ranger helmet here. We're going to pop it up back on because we don't have a head to put on the body, unlike the other Rangers. Actually, you know what? Just for fun, let's put the Trini head on her. Just for shits and giggles, let's see what Trini would look like as the Blue Omega Ranger. Don't think the head is, it's not even going down, but you can kind of see what it looks like. There is Trini on the Blue Omega Ranger body. It is not on. As you can see, it did not click in with the ball. I believe with the older figures of the Lightning Collection, they're not as universal with the newer bodies. I believe the pegs are bigger on the necks, on the newer necks, so I don't believe they click in. It could be the hair also limiting it. We'll find out with the dudes, but yeah, it goes on a little bit, and to be honest, actually looks pretty good as a Blue Ranger. Don't mind that at all. Let's move on to the articulation of the actual figure. First off, we got these shoulder pads here. They are a softer rubber, and there is a little bit of give to them. Not too much, but it still does block the articulation, so you can only get the arms up so high. As you can see here, you can get a nice T-pose going on, which I think is fine. The only one I think it will kind of affect would be like Jason and Trini, just in the sense of like if you wanted to do a cool like slashing setup shot with their weapon, you can only get their arm up so far I guess that could kind of work. I guess you could do the same with Trini's hammer, put it that far. Just for people that do like figure photography, they would experience those limitations, but everybody else, whether you play or display or whatever the case may be, that probably won't bother you too much. But other than that, there is no give, and I'm not sure how much you can apply pressure here until it like starts to peel off, so I'm not going to go too hard on them. But as you can see, the shoulder piece is here, and we'll take a look at the arms. We already saw it go up. Inside there is a butterfly joint. You can't really tell because, again, this shoulder piece kind of limits it a little bit, so that kind of sucks. But we got our bicep swivel here, double jointed elbows, pinless legs. And then we've got hand articulation here. Let's take a look at the other arm. Up and down for the arm. This one's a little stiff, giving me a little bit of resistance here. Bicep here, double jointed elbows, and hand articulation. Moving on to the torso, we've got a twist here instead of a waist joint, which I don't mind. Then we got the ab crunch a little bit backwards, a little bit forwards, not too bad. Like I mentioned, no waist swivel because it is in the abdomen. Next, we'll move down to the legs. Let's check out these splits. That is a perfect 10 for the splits. That is pretty solid. I thought this might get in the way a little bit, but you also have the drop down hips, so you've got a lot of movement there for these splits, so that is quite nice. Drop down hips, bring them up, bring them down, bring them up, bring them down, and the other side, same thing. Thigh swivel here, double jointed knees, boot cut, and foot articulation. And moving on to this leg, thigh cut again, double jointed knees, and boot cut, along with some foot articulation. So Blue Ranger, pretty solid, pretty happy with it. I actually really like the shade of blue. It just is such a nice like sky blue that it just really pops. We're going to pose her with her weapon while we take a look at the other people. Let's take her trident, just pop it in there. Oh, that kind of sucks. Her hand is so small that the trident can't grip in her hands. It just kind of slides all the way down. That sucks. I guess you can kind of have her double grip it and have her doing like a poking motion, but that kind of sucks that she can't hold it properly. Next, we're going to take a look at Zach, the Black Omega Ranger, and here he is, looking quite sweet. I was kind of worried about his suit because I was very interested to see how the black and the grays were going to really stand out amongst each other. And as you can clearly see, the boots, the gloves, the helmet, and the torso piece are solid black, and then everything else is a lighter gray. So everything stands out quite nicely. Just do a little 360 with him. We'll get a close-up of his helmet. Everyone's helmet is kind of different. I know two of them have the triangle pointing upwards, and two of them have them pointing downwards, and two of them have like little marks like Zach does here. Just a little line through the triangle. I'm sure it symbolizes something. I'm not sure what it is off the top of my head. But actually, before we get into the articulation, it's kind of killing me to check it out, so I want to do it. We're going to pop the head off, and we're going to try the Zach head on, and I hope it fits, unlike the Trini one. It's not really going down. Okay, I had to force it down. I think the best thing to do if you are trying to do this at home, definitely heat up the heads in some hot water and then put on the heads on the neck joint. But just straight up dry, raw dog in this, hard as hell. But it does fit. As you can see, it is stuck on the peg. And here is Zach as the Black Omega Ranger, looking quite nice. Let's do my favorite pose, helmet under the arm, real quick before we take a look at the articulation. But here's a nice shot of Zach. Quite nice. I'm going to take off the head, even though it was hard as shit to put on. I'm going to take it off. Actually, if I can. I probably should have left it on just to make my life easier at the end, but, you know, I wanted to show off the Black Omega Ranger complete. I'll worry about the heads later on, but yeah, here's the Black Omega Ranger. We'll start to take a look at the articulation. So here we can see the helmet. It actually seems a little loose. It's kind of, I don't know if it's because I put the other head on and it, I don't know, warped it somehow, but this head does seem to be kind of free-flowing. Not crazy, like it's not going to jiggle or anything, but if I do kind of try and move it around, you can see it seems like it's kind of swimming in there. Not too big of a deal, just pointing that out. And similar to the Blue Ranger, the neck joint can be rotated around. I guess I'll just pop the head off again, make my life easier. You can see the neck joint moving. Now we'll check out the articulation. We'll do another dry run similar to the Blue Ranger. Same material for the shoulder pads and same situation. These seem to be moving less than the Blue Ranger, which is fine. I think I'd rather it be more solid than kind of, I don't want to say gummy, but it definitely moved a lot more with the blue one. Now we'll take a look at the articulation. Here we got the right arm. Pretty, I don't want to say loose, but no resistance there. We got bicep joint there, bicep swivel, double jointed elbows. Had to break that in. I don't know if you guys heard the crack there. We saw that the female body mold was pinless, and along with the male body mold as well, pinless here and pinless legs. So that is quite nice. Hand articulation here. Now we'll take a look at the arm here. As you can see, it's a little bit more tough to bring it up than the left arm. As you can see, it's just kind of flying there. And on the right arm, there is a little bit of resistance. Next, we got the bicep. That is also kind of, it's so weird. You would think everything was kind of loose on one arm, but it's kind of all over the place. I wouldn't say this is loose, but again, this just seems to be moving quite easily. We got double jointed elbows here, just like the other arm, and hand articulation, and there is the morpher as well. I don't believe there's any difference in the morpher. Now we'll move down to the abdomen. So here we see him bending backwards. Oh, a little hard there, but moving forward a little bit. Then we got the abdomen here, abdomen waist swivel. Again, no waist swivel because it is in the abdomen. Let's check out the splits on him. Blue Ranger was a 10. Is the male body mold going to be the same? Let's see. I would say a 9. That's a solid 9. The right leg seems to be going up further than the left leg, possibly because of this plastic piece here. Actually, it's kind of lifted, so it doesn't seem to be getting in the way, but this one's not coming up fully for some reason. And this one has drop-down hips as well. Up and down. Up and down. Now let's take a look at the legs. Thigh swivel here. Double jointed knees. Boot cuts. And foot articulation. Everything seems to be intact here. I will pose him with his weapon, and we will move on to the Yellow Ranger. So there is Zach with his little 2 mini scythes. Next, we're going to take a look at Trini. For the next two, for Trini and Jason, we're not going to do full breakdowns on the articulation because we already saw what the articulation is going to entail with the Blue and Black Ranger. I might do a quick one, but not super in-depth. But here we have the Yellow Ranger, Trini. Looking quite nice. The yellow looks nice on the suit with the gold and the black. First, we're going to pop off the head, try the Trini head on. It did not sit on the blue body, and I think it is going to be the same. Yeah, it's not clicking in. That looks nice. That seems quite right there. It's quite a perfect match. And we will do my favorite pose. Helmet to the side. It doesn't want to hold, but god damn it. The helmet doesn't want to stay still, so I'm just going to... Fuck. Okay, the helmet doesn't want to cooperate, so I'm just going to hold it here. Looks good. We'll just do a nice 360 of the Yellow Omega Ranger. Looks good. And we'll just do a quick run through the articulation, head, abdomen, forward, backward, arm, elbows. Just doing a speed run through this since we already saw it with the Blue Ranger. I tried to do it pretty in-depth. Perfect splits for her as well. Actually, the same thing's happening with her leg with Zach, where it's kind of like drooping down. That is unfortunate, but let's check out the legs. Holy shit, this needs to be worked in a little bit. Forward to the side, double jointed knees, boot cut, and the opposite leg. This thigh is nice and smooth. Double jointed knees, boot cut here. Holy shit, this one's tough too. Jeez Louise. And foot articulation, everything seems to be good. There's Trini chilling with her hammer. And last but not least, let's take a look at the Red Ranger Jason. First thing, helmet, popping it off. Let's try the Jason head. It's probably going to give me the same issue as Zach. Probably even worse, because this head actually came out way earlier than Zach. This head is from Wave 3, where the Zach head is from Wave 5 or 6? I believe it's 6. So give me a second. Let me see if it's easy. It is not. That one was quite painful as well. It is rotating, but to get it on there was quite a nuisance. I don't know if it's me, but the head looks kind of small for the body. Or maybe it's just like the hair, because it's parted to the side, it looks kind of weird. You know, this side looks like it's missing something, but I don't think it is. I don't know. I think it's just like optical illusion. But there is Jason, looking pretty good. I'm actually going to leave his head on, but we are going to do the pose, because after I show off Jason, then we'll do a couple fun group shots that I got planned here. So I'm just going to leave his head on, but there he is with the helmet. God, I just really like how this Red Ranger looks. I like them all, but I don't know, there's just something about the red and the gold. Just looks so nice. Actually, I know these joints are all good because, like I said, I was kind of playing around with it when I had to unbox it. So I tested out all the joints. So I probably should have started with Jason, but whatever. Save him for last. He is the Red Ranger. But I can confirm that I kind of broke in all these, all the joints. I already kind of worked them in. Split test there. Actually, I haven't been doing the sit test. I apologize. It is part of the run through, and I'm just trying to run through it so fast that, you know, forgetting some stuff. Thigh, double jointed knees, boot, foot, and we'll check out the other. There's the other knee. Okay, thought it was going to give me a little bit of an issue. And, yeah, there's Jason. Actually, god damn it, I'm going to take his head off because I want to do, like, a little pose shot with everyone in their weapons. Give me a second. So here is our Omega Ranger team complete, and I gotta say, they all look pretty snazzy. Love the way they all look. They move very solid, and I am quite happy with them. And now we're going to do a couple different group shots here. But definitely wanted to get this one in, everyone with their weapon. Here we have a nice shot of the Omega Rangers with some civilian heads. And these civilian heads come from the single release box that we showed off earlier. I actually opened them up so I could put the head on because I was really curious to see how they would look. And I think they do look pretty snazzy, even though it's kind of the more realistic look. And this version of the Omega Rangers is based on the comic look. I still think these guys look pretty solid with the heads. And just for funsies, we will add the Blue Ranger just to complete the team. But the main focus is definitely on these three. And here we see a nice little shot of Trini, her two Ranger forms. We have the Mighty Morphin Yellow Ranger and the Omega Ranger. Looking quite nice. I was going to keep the civilian head on, but I wanted to display the suit more. I've got the civilian head there. I got to put it back in the box, but just wanted to do this little presentation here. And here we got Zach as the Omega Ranger and the MMPR Black Ranger, looking pretty sweet. Actually, something I was looking at when I set up this figure, I was like, you know, Zach in these two different forms has got like the coolest weapons. You know, with the Omega Ranger, we saw earlier the two little scythes looking pretty cool with the chain. And then this weapon here, the axe that doubles as a gun, is honestly probably one of my favorite MMPR weapons. And then last but not least, we got Jason here as his 3 forms. Yes, compared to everyone else, he's actually got 3 forms. So not only was he MMPR Red Ranger, the Omega Red Ranger, he was also at one point the Gold Zeo Ranger during that season. When the Gold Ranger, who is Trey from Triforia, I don't remember the circumstances, but he was taken out of commission. They needed someone to man the Gold Ranger powers, and they had Jason come back and fill that slot, and goddamn, he was an awesome Gold Ranger. Something I hope that kind of happens is with, you know, Tommy, he's got the Master Morpher, and he can morph between all 3 of his different, or 5 of his different forms. I hope Jason gets something similar to that eventually, whether it be in the comics or maybe they incorporate it in the TV show or something along those lines, where he has a Master Morpher where he can go from MMPR Red to Omega Red to Zeo Gold. That would be really, really cool. And here we got a fun little group shot of a bunch of the different comic characters that have been turned into figures. You know, we got the Omega Rangers, and in the back we got Psycho Green, Lord Draken, MMPR Red Sentry, and the Ranger Slayer. I've been loving the comic-based figures so far, and I can't wait to get more. Definitely, like I said, I want to see MMPR Green, the Matthew Cook version. I would love to see the Solar Rangers. I think that would be cool. I forgot what they're called. I think it's Squadron Rangers. They had a little mini-series in the comics, and their suits were based on the Sentai Die Ranger, I believe it is, and I actually really like those suits. I would love to see that come to fruition. Obviously, the gold Omega Ranger would be cool. The newer blue Omega Ranger, the cat one. I would like the rest of Lord Draken's army, like all the different sentries, the Macedon sentries. Basically what he did was he created an army of every type of color. So you got red, black, blue, pink, yellow, white, silver, gold. Now, some of those are MMPR, and then some of those are different seasons. Like, for example, for the Silver Ranger, he took the In-Space Silver Ranger and then incorporated into that. For the Gold Rangers, it was the Dino Charge Gold Ranger. And for the White Ranger Century, it was the Jungle Fury White Rhino Ranger, I believe, that he turned into a bunch of sentries. So I would definitely love to see some of those sentries come to life. And last but not least, nice little group shot of the MMPR Rangers in full effect, along with the Omega Rangers, and we've seen a crossover between these two teams a few times, so a nice little group shot. Unfortunately, I couldn't turn the boxes, so you can, like... Oops. Unfortunately, I couldn't turn the boxes so you can see the Rangers, just because there's so many boxes, but... I think this would suffice. So overall, I am quite happy with this set. I would actually say I'm kind of over the moon on this one. I am very happy that they got around to this, to releasing this before there is the little break or whatever might happen with the Lightning Collection. Like I said, when I first saw these Rangers in the comics, I was like, damn, I need to get that in figure form, and finally they are here. The only drawback I would say is the lack of heads. I kind of understand for yellow, black, and red, because there's a couple versions of Jason, Zach, and Trini that you can throw onto the Omega figures, but for the Blue Ranger specifically, I don't know if we'll ever get a head of her, and if so, I don't know when they would release it, so if it would have been packaged with this, that would have been really cool, but unfortunately they did not include it, and to be honest, I wasn't really expecting the heads, especially after seeing the Alien Ranger 5-pack. Those Rangers didn't come with heads, so I didn't really expect this one to come with the heads, and like I said, you've got the heads from figures that have come out previously that you can put on your Rangers. It's just a little unfortunate that the Blue Ranger does not get anything there. But who knows, maybe in the future we might get it. Like I said, I don't know how they would give it to us or like how they would incorporate it with another release. Maybe if they do the Cat Ranger as the Blue Ranger as a little accessory, they'll throw in the head for the Blue Ranger here. That'd be a cool way to get the head sculpt, just a quick idea that came to my head. But yeah, overall, very happy with this set. I love the figures. I think they turned out great. Really like the suits. Love the box art. I think it's excellent. And yeah, very, very happy with this set. Cannot say enough good things about it. So that is going to be it for the Power Rangers Lightning Collection section, and just overall for my figure showing off, we have come to the end. But now we are going to jump into the news and pre-orders, and pre-ordered a bunch of stuff this month, and a couple interesting news bits that I think you guys would find interesting. So without further ado, let's jump into that. All right, now we are moving on to the pre-order and news section, and I'm going to be honest, this portion is going to be quite quick. I actually already recorded this, and when I went to go edit it, found out it was corrupted. I have no fucking idea how, because I haven't had that issue in a while, but it seems like anything that can slow this episode coming out is going to slow it down. So some of these stories I'm going to talk about are a little dated, so I'm going to kind of blitz through everything for the most part. I'm going to go into detail into some things, because there were some cool things that were announced. But I would say for the most part, we're just gonna kind of list everything off. First, we're going to start with the pre-ordered a couple things this month. Some surprising ones, some I was not expecting at all. The first one was the DC Multiverse Collector's Edition Sinestro. This is Wave 2. I do plan on picking up the whole wave, like Hawkman and Firestorm, but I feel like Sinestro is definitely going to be the hot one out of that trio, so I immediately secured my figure, and Firestorm and Hawkman, like I said, I will be getting those, but Sinestro was the one I was like, I need to take the steps to procure myself this figure. Next thing I pre-ordered was actually something that was announced in the month of September, coming in from the Best Action line TMNT. They announced the comic version of Shredder from the IDW Comics, and goddamn, this looks fucking awesome. I cannot wait to pick this up. Going alongside the Turtles, I think the Turtles look phenomenal. I should be getting those in the next few episodes. But now a nice Shredder to go along with it. Oh my god. I was so hyped for this. They put it up for pre-order. Pre-ordered it immediately. I had to secure my copy, and I just think this is such a nicer, better, proportionate Shredder than the one that already came out. Like, the one they released before was like based on the show, but just, it looks so dinky. Like, he's so small. He doesn't look menacing at all. With this one, this version of Shredder, he looks menacing. You get civilian heads. I like the color scheme, the blue, the red, the silver. Like, it just looks awesome, and I cannot wait to pick this up. Next thing I pre-ordered, which I was kind of surprised that it was kind of revealed on its own, but it is the Jada Toy Street Fighter 2 character Ken. And Ken is going to be, you know, coming from Wave 2, which I'm forgetting off the top of my head. I think it's Dulcim and Bison. And for some reason, they only announced the pre-order for Ken, which is weird. I don't know why you wouldn't just do the whole wave, but they did the same thing with Wave 1, but that's because Chun-Li had a issue with the figure, so they delayed it, which makes sense, unless Dulcim and Bison are also having production issues. I'm not too sure. They didn't mention anything. But yeah, Ken went up for pre-order, and immediately secured my copy. That was another one. Like, Ken is one of those popular characters. I would say probably the most popular character in Street Fighter behind Ryu. Actually, Chun-Li's quite popular. I'm not sure if Chun-Li or Ken would be number 2. I would probably go Ken, just because he's more associated with Ryu, who I would put at number 1. Anyways, I thought it was going to be a hot seller, so I immediately pre-ordered mine. I've pre-ordered all the Street Fighter figures so far. We've done the Ryu and Fei Long. That was on a previous episode a couple months ago. Chun-Li, I should be getting that for the November episode. So look forward to that. I can't wait to have that in hand and add it alongside the other Street Fighter characters. And Ken, I'm really looking forward to. Like I said, probably the coolest character. Behind Dan, of course, because Dan is probably the coolest Street Fighter character, but Ken is a close second. And then the next 3 figures that I pre-ordered were surprises for me. The first 2 are coming from Dragon Ball, the S.H.Figuarts line. And I immediately got a notification in my email. What Big Bad Toy Store does is based on what you search in the store and what you've previously bought, they will recommend stuff when it goes up for pre-order. And there was 2 things that went up for pre-order in September that I was like, what the fuck? And the figures I'm talking about are the Dragon Ball characters known as Nappa and Whis. And the thing that's so peculiar about, this drop in pre-order is they were 2021 event exclusives. We're in 2023. How the fuck are you just randomly getting 2021 event exclusives in stock? I was just like, what the fuck? That is so fucking weird. But I immediately pre-ordered both of those. I was more so excited for Nappa because I actually really like Nappa. I thought he was kind of underutilized in Dragon Ball. To a certain degree, he's not the most interesting character, but I just felt like they kind of did him off quite quickly. And you could have had him come back later on in the series to fight Vegeta. I think that would be cool. But anyways, he ends up dying in the show. But whatever. So I'm super glad I was able to secure my pre-order for Nappa. These actually sold out quite quickly because, they are from 2021, so it's more of a hot commodity. But yeah, when I saw Nappa for sure, I was like, I gotta get it. The other character, Whis, is more of a newer character in Dragon Ball. A character who I'm not too familiar with. I know he's associated with Beerus, I believe is how you pronounce his name. The purple cat. The god of destruction? God of destruction or god of death? One of those. And he's an okay character. I have nothing against Whis. I just am not too familiar with him. But because he was also a 2021 event exclusive, I was like, do I just get Nappa or do I get both? I ended up pre-ordering both because, even though I'm not familiar with Whis, I know this was kind of a godsend. It's like, if you don't get it now, you'll probably never get another opportunity to pick up a Whis figure. So I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to pre-order both, get it out of the way. So yeah, that was a nice surprise. And then probably the biggest surprise for me was the pre-order of Power Rangers. Well, I'm going to call it Power Rangers, but it's Super Sentai. From the S.H.Figuarts alongside Dragon Ball was the Okuwagta Oger. So in a previous episode, we talked about the red Kutagawa Ranger, and I'm actually pretty excited to get that. Hopefully they do the whole team. But with red, they made him an exclusive to Premium Bandai, and they don't ship to Canada, so I was like, fuck, that is so lame. So I expected the same thing to happen to the Silver Ranger. Well, just alongside Nappa and Whis, a nice little surprise message from Big Bad Toy Store was like, hey, we got pre-orders for this thing that you might be interested in, and it was the Okutagawa Oger. And I immediately pre-ordered it. Wasn't a fan of the price. I think it's extremely overpriced, but I just really like the suits, and I just think this series looks awesome. Even though I haven't watched any of it, I really, really like the suits. And I haven't even been able to get myself or reserve myself a copy of the Red Ranger. I gotta find out how to do that because everything I've looked into just makes it seem like it's going to be easier to get if you're American, not so easy to get if you're Canadian. But I'm going to be honest, that's not going to stop me. If there's a will, there's a way. I'm going to try and procure myself the Red Ranger. But I was able to procure the Silver Ranger, which is a very, very nice surprise. Really happy that that was given to Big Bad Toy Store as a pre-order. I wish the red one was as well, but you know what? Beggars can't be choosers. At least I got the silver one, and very excited about that. So those are all the things that I pre-ordered. I will have links for them in the description. Most of them were on Big Bad Toy Store. The only thing that wasn't on Big Bad Toy Store was Sinestro. Ordered that through GameStop, the Canadian GameStop. So that link might not work for you if you're interested in ordering it for yourself, but Big Bad Toy Store, they ship worldwide. So if you're interested in any of the things that I just talked about, like I said, links in the description. Feel free to order it if you'd like. I make no money off you ordering it, clicking the links, whatever. It does nothing for me. I just provide the places where I pre-order my figures. So now we'll jump into the news portion, and I guess we'll start out with Power Rangers, since we just kind of finished talking about Power Rangers in the pre-order section, so we'll kind of use that to transition to the news portion. There was a bit of news in Power Rangers, not too much, but you know what? Right now, being a Power Ranger fan kind of sucks, so I'll take what I can get. The first thing that was announced And I know there might be some people in the comment section that are going to say, hey, why are you covering this? You don't even collect these. But this will kind of loop back into something I talk about later. So the first thing announced was Super 7 announced they are going to be doing another wave of their MMPR Ultimate figures. In this wave, you are going to get a Green Ranger. They've already done a Green Ranger, but this one glows in the dark. Isn't that fucking cool? They're also going to release the Dino Megazord, but this time it is black and gold. Also basically a re-release, but it's a different color at least. And then probably the two coolest figures that they've announced for this line is that they're going to be doing a Bulk and Skull, which is honestly so fucking cool. Those figures actually look really, really awesome. And there was a moment where I'm like, I don't buy the Super 7 figures, but I might buy Bulk and Skull. I think they look great, to be honest. Like, if I were to buy anything, it would definitely be Bulk and Skull. Probably not going to, though, just because with the Super 7 figures compared to the Lightning Collection, which is what most of my collection consists of, the Super 7 figures come in at the 7-inch range, where most of the Lightning Collection figures are 6-inch. So it'd be kind of dumb to have these two civilian characters just absolutely tower over my Power Ranger characters. It doesn't make sense, but I will say they do look really cool. Two very requested characters, I would say. Bulk and Skull really haven't gotten any good figure treatment over the years. They're always kind of forgotten about, you know. The main focus is always on the Rangers, which is understandable. That's where your money's going to be made. But for me, I want the supporting cast. You know, I do want the Rangers, but then I also want like Zordon. I want Alpha. I want Bulk. I want Skull. Maybe I even want Ernie from the fucking Juice Bar. Who knows? But I actually do like building out that world, so very, very cool that they're doing those. And then also announced for Power Rangers was Pulsecon. So in the month of September, Hasbro held their annual event every September. They've done this for the past few years at least. And they host their own little convention show, and they call it Pulsecon. And basically they go through all their brands and they announce a bunch of cool stuff. And it was kind of interesting to go into this one because possible imminent end of the Lightning Collection. It's like, okay, what are they even going to announce, And the first thing that came up was they showed off the schedule for everybody, This brand gets an hour, this brand gets a half hour, this brand gets, half hours, whatever. Like every brand got a pretty substantial amount of time, except for Power Rangers. Out of the whole list of times, they were the bottom. They were the brand that was allotted the least amount of times. They got 20 minutes. So right away, that's not a good sign going into this presentation. But I will say they did announce a couple cool things. So they started the presentation off with something that we're going to come back to, but they started off with and then they ended the presentation with this, so I'm just going to make mention of it now. So in the chat they did a little poll, and the poll was basically, what's your favorite Megazord? They gave you 4 options. One of them was Mighty Morphin, one of them was In Space, one of them was Lost Galaxy, and I can't recall what the 4th one was. But they're like, we'll come back to this poll later. Keep that in mind. So the first thing they announced was the Omega Ranger 4-pack, which we saw already. Awesome pack. When I first saw it and they revealed it, I was like, oh my god, it looks fucking incredible. Instant pre-order. So I'm not going to go into that too much because, I already did in the Power Rangers portion. The next thing they showed off was something that was actually pretty cool, which was the Master Morpher. For those of you who are not familiar, in Power Rangers, every Ranger has their Morpher, whatever. But for the character Tommy, over 5 different seasons, he's been 5 different Rangers. So in one of the seasons, they made this thing called a Master Morpher, and with that, he can morph into any one of his previous Ranger suits. And they finally were like, yeah, we're going to turn this into a toy, which honestly makes sense. And I will say it does look really cool. I do like that it's basically like a tribute to Jason David Frank, who's the actor that played Tommy. For those of you who are unfamiliar, he took his life last year. So that was a very, very sad moment. And he was able to record some voice lines for this before his untimely death. So this is just a really nice, package for all the Tommy fans out there. It looks cool, but it's not for me. I'm more of a figure guy, but I can respect the hell out of this. I think it looks awesome. The next thing they talked about in the presentation was they promoted the Super 7 figures, which is, the figures that we just talked about. And I'm going to be honest, I thought this was kind of dumb, in my opinion, because you have people watching because they're fans of the Lightning Collection. They want to know what's coming up next. What are the updates? What's going on with the brand? What's, is the figure line going away? Like, what's going on? And then you come and you promote the Super 7 figures. It's like no one cares about them. Like, I'm sure there are people that are there that care about them, but most of the people that are watching want Lightning Collection figures. So for you to promote another company doing figures for your brand, it just looks terrible in my opinion. And then for them to be like, yo, these are really cool figures, Bulk and Skull, wow, that is, a lot of people have wanted that. And it's like, yeah, we did want that, but we wanted you to make it. Like, we would have bought it if you made it, but we're not going to buy it if this other company makes it. So yeah, watching this, I became so infuriated. I was able to compose myself, but it really did annoy me, them promoting another brand making or another company making figures for your brand. It just didn't look good in my opinion. So it's kind of circling back to that poll that I talked about earlier. So at the end of the presentation, to round out the whole thing, they were like, okay, the winner of the Megazord competition was the Lost Galaxy Megazord. And then they immediately went to the next brand, and I was like, hold on a second. That whole poll at the beginning seemed like it was setting up the next Zord Ascension project, kind of gauging people's interest to see what Megazord they'd kind of like to see next. So I was kind of in the back of my head hoping that they would announce another Zord Ascension project, and with it being Lost Galaxy, I was like, oh shit, that's pretty cool. But for them to just end the presentation after that and just be like, oh yeah, now we're moving on to Star Wars, I was like, what a fucking tease, you blue balls me out of a possible surprise. Like, I really thought we were going to kind of get surprised. I know there is the hiatus coming up, but I was in the back of my head, I was kind of being hopeful, like maybe they still have a couple things in the workshop that are kind of coming out, and I was hoping this was one of them, a Lost Galaxy Zord Ascension project. But yeah, they just kind of blew past it, and yeah, it annoyed me. It annoyed me greatly, on top of the whole Super 7 thing. So didn't end out on the best of terms, in my opinion. Not terms, but you know what I'm trying to say. And then yeah, they didn't even mention the update on the Lightning Collection. Nothing was said, nothing was mentioned, like they steered clear of it, which I kind of expected because, this is Hasbro Pulsecon. They're not going to deliver bad news here. They're not going to be like, hey, we're, putting this brand on hiatus or whatever. It's a show all about promoting Hasbro's brand, so it's got to be positive. So I didn't really expect any update regarding the Lightning Collection, but you kind of got your update when you saw how much the time was allotted to it. So the action spoke louder than words. Next, we are jumping into wrestling figure news, and there was actually a couple cool things that were announced in the month of September. The first thing, which I was really not expecting, but from Boss Fight Studios, who does the Lucha figures that we saw earlier, the Black Taurus, it's the same company. They're also going to be producing figures for a wrestling company known as MLW. And they've shown off some stuff before, and I've pre-ordered it, and I can't wait for it to come out. Actually, on the last episode, we talked about how those figures that they first announced actually got delayed until next year, so that kind of sucks. But even though they had some bad news last month, they're like, you know what, we got to come with some good news this month. And they actually did. They came out and announced a couple new figures. They announced, I guess I would assume it'd be a wave. And in this wave, you get the wrestlers Lince Dorado, EJ Naduka, probably butchering that name, but I think that's how you pronounce it. And probably the coolest surprise out of all of them, Microman. Honestly, I was really not expecting to like that figure as much as I did. But Microman is like, he's a luchador, but he's a mini, so he's like a shorter guy, he's a dwarf, and he's also a wrestler. He's covered from head to toe in a costume and suit and stuff. And he actually looks pretty cool, to be honest. I was actually really close to pre-ordering it. I still might, but the thing that kind of held me back was these style figures. They're actually going to be basics, similar to the Black Taurus that we saw earlier, less articulation compared to their Fanatico line, and even compared to their the first wave of MLW figures they announced. Those were all fully articulated. They're in the Ultimate, or not Ultimate, the WWE Elite style. And with this one, like I mentioned earlier, I'm not a fan of basics, so I don't know if I'm going to pick any of these guys up. I probably will skip the Lince Dorado because I do have a figure of him. He was released in the WWE Elite line, and I'm pretty satisfied with that figure, honestly. I actually like it quite a bit. EJ Naduka, I'm not too familiar with, but I believe he signed with AEW. He's not with MLW anymore, I know that for sure. Actually, I don't want to say that I know it for sure, but I feel like I do remember AEW signed this guy to a contract. Actually, I think it was earlier this year. I think he's been under an AEW contract since early this year, and they just have not done anything with him. So there's a possibility we might get an AEW figure out of him eventually if he ever does debut, but yeah, I'm probably going to skip this one. Microman, honestly, highly considering it. I think it's cute, it's adorable, I love luchadors, I love masked wrestlers. I know he is a mini and that I don't really have any other mini figures in my collection, you know. Actually, I should try and track down a El Torito figure or even a Hornswoggle. That would be cool. But yeah, Microman, I actually really like this figure. I might pre-order it after this video. The more I'm thinking about it, I'm like, I actually really like that figure. I gotta get myself that figure. And then the other thing that was announced was coming from Jazzwares and the AEW figures. In the month of September, during their all-out pay-per-view, they had a fan fest, I believe, and they announced a couple figures. The first one being a 2-pack of Brody King and Darby Allin from their famous coffin match. You got the super bloody head for Brody King, because he bled a scary amount in that match. It was kind of frightening. And now you can kind of recreate that match in figure form, so that's just a really cool 2-pack. They didn't announce when this is going to be available, but it's probably going to be a ringside exclusive. That's where all the other previous bloody figures have been, so I'm assuming it'll be a ringside exclusive. Next, they showed off the packaging for the ROH figures, and I'll say that these figures are going to be very well protected. So obviously you get the figure that comes in the box, and it's, you know, a red, black, and white design, which is cool. And then it also comes with a slip cover, which you can just slide off, and then that's going to be in a cardboard box with the design of the package, and then that is going to be in another box that will, you know, be shipped to your house. So very interesting setup. They're actually, you know, they're going for like a premium aesthetic for this, which is really cool. And I can't wait for these Ring of Honor figures. I really like the packaging. Next, they announced a 4-pack, which is going to be an exclusive for Amazon, and it's going to be a 4-pack of all the champions, or not all the champions, but 4 of the champions of the company. In the pack, you are going to get Wardlow with the TNT title. You're going to get MJF with the AEW title, and it's even going to be on the Burberry strap, so that's pretty cool. You're going to get Thunder Rosa with the newer women's title design, which actually looks pretty cool. And probably what everyone's going to get this pack for is Orange Cassidy with the All-Atlantic or International title. I'm not sure which one is actually in the box. I would assume probably All-Atlantic. Actually, no, if they're doing the Burberry strap, it might be International, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's All-Atlantic. I don't know which one it is. I'm going to be honest. I don't think they confirmed that either. But anyways, very cool 4-pack. If you don't have any of the titles or you don't have any of those wrestlers, this is a nice little 4-pack for you. Like I said, it's going to be an Amazon exclusive. It's going for $80, $79.99, and it is going to be limited to 3,000 pieces. So if you are interested in this 4-pack, I would say jump on it as soon as you see it. And the last thing that was announced, which is kind of what I alluded to earlier with cool packaging with the Danhausen figure, they announced a 3-pack for the Acclaimed and Daddy Ass. And honestly, it's a very cool looking figure set. It's going to be in like a very unique packaging. It's like a boombox type thing. And of course, this is the first time we're going to be getting the Acclaimed Daddy Ass. I believe this is going to be a ringside exclusive. I don't know if they mentioned that, but I think it is. I feel like I read that somewhere. And this 3-pack will also be going for $80, and it will be released early next year. They said they have a release date of January 2024, so that's actually quite soon. I'm going to be honest, I'll probably be grabbing this because everybody loves the Acclaim, including myself. Next, we're going to be jumping into some video game character figures that were announced in the month of September. And Tamashii Nations, the company that does the S.H.Figuarts line, they were busy little beavers in the month of September. They announced a couple cool things. The first one is that we're going to be getting some more Capcom characters. You know, in the last month, we talked about that they're going to be doing some Monster Hunter figures. Well, they've already done some Monster Hunter figures, but they announced a new Monster Hunter monster Tigrex. If you want to learn more about that, go check out the last episode. But yeah, they announced another Capcom game, and this time it is going to be Street Fighter, and they announced that they're going to be creating Ryu and Chun-Li. And I'm going to be honest, I don't think they are that great. Like, I think they look solid, like, you know, S.H.Figuarts makes some quality stuff, but I'm kind of happy with what I have with the Jada Toys line. I don't feel like I'm missing out on anything. I think the Jada Toys Street Fighter figures that they've released so far have been really, really nice. Good accessories, cool packaging. Like, for the price that you get it at, it is so much more of a better deal, in my opinion, than what Tamashii Nations is going to charge for this. I would assume they probably charge 60 to 80 bucks, if not more. So if you are interested in Street Fighter characters, I'm not trying to sway you. I just think you're going to get better value for your money with the Jada Toys figures. And with Jada Toys, they seem committed to the Street Fighter line. You know, they've announced Wave 2 and Wave 3. And I think Wave 1 has done quite well. So I think they're going to be continuing that and, you know, putting more effort into that and more resources. With the S.H.Figuarts, I don't know if they're going to be successful. They could just do these two and then, you know, just cancel the Street Fighter line altogether. And actually, speaking of fighting games, that wasn't the only fighting game that S.H.Figuarts announced that they're going to be doing figures for. They also announced that they're going to be doing figures for Tekken 8. And they did reveal one of those characters, and that character is Jin Kazama. I think it looks cool, like it's a solid design. But this is another one with the Tekken figures. You have another company, Game Dimensions, who's going to be also producing Tekken characters. And it's like, should you go with the Game Dimensions Tekken figures, or should you just go with the Street Fighter Tekken figures? I'm going to be honest. I'll make that decision in the next episode because, little spoiler for the next episode, I did get the first wave of the Game Dimensions Tekken figures, so we'll check them out and we'll see if they're solid figures or not. If they're duds, we'll see. But this might be another situation where it's like, hey, we got this other company that's making affordable Tekken figures. Let's just stick with that company. So it'll be interesting to see. We'll talk more about the Tekken figures in the next episode. Next, we got McFarlane's DC Multiverse, and they had a pretty quiet September. They did announce a new wave of figures for the Aquaman 2 movie that's coming out, but I don't really cover movie figures, so that wasn't going to be on my list. But they did announce something that I thought was pretty cool. And at first, I was like, oh, it's another fucking Batman, right? But the more I looked at it, the more it kind of grew on me. And the figure that I'm talking about is the Bat Santa that was revealed. You know, the meme of McFarlane where he just kind of makes 1,000 versions of Batman. Eventually, you're going to kind of run out of ideas. And this kind of seems like one of those. But it also seems like a pretty fun idea. And actually something cool about this figure is actually you get two different options for color waves. So you get one where it comes in the red and the gold, and you get one that comes in like a blue and a silver color. And I think the figure looks cool. Like, I do like the design. I think it looks nice. You get a bag of presents, I believe. I believe that's one of the accessories in the box. And you also get a nice print in the background of Batman in, you know, the Santa Claus uniform riding a sleigh. That's pretty fun. Honestly, seeing that print made me want like a vehicle edition. Like, I don't know why they didn't do a Batman and a bat sleigh. I'm sure that's eventually probably going to happen. Like, oh, we're going to re-release this figure and we're going to give you the bat sleigh. That would be pretty awesome. Honestly, if it came with the sleigh, I would pick it up. I'm honestly still thinking about picking it up. You know, it's going to be Christmas soon. And I think this would just be a fun kind of Christmas decoration to kind of put out every year. So honestly, I'm actually really considering it more than I thought I was going to. Like, I saw this on a leaked list a while back, and I'm like, a Bat Santa? That sounds so fucking stupid. And now that I saw it with my own eyes, I'm like, I kind of like it. So don't be surprised if you end up seeing this in a future video of mine. And if I do buy it, I will probably buy the red and white one, because it's Christmas colors, so it's definitely more Christmassy than the blue one, but I do still kind of like the blue one, but not as much as the red one. I do have two small issues with it. Well, one issue and then one not so much of an issue. But first, something that I wasn't crazy about is, I don't know why they didn't put his bat ears going through the Santa hat. I think that would have just, you know, give it a little bit more personality. The way they have it now is he's just got the Santa Claus hat over his mask, like on top of his mask. And, you know, honestly, if we kind of just look at it, just kind of like as a generic person. Like if you were to just look at the head portion. But, if you had the bat ears coming up through the hat, I think that would have been a cool touch, but that's just my opinion. And I wish the box was a little more festive. I wish they did some custom box art for this. This figure's kind of a fun one. So, have some fun with the art. Have some fun with the box. Spice it up a little bit, entice people to want to buy this and actually use it as, a Christmas decoration. But all that aside, to be honest, I'm still considering picking this one up. Next, we got Marvel Legends, and they actually announced quite a bit of stuff in the month of September. The first thing they announced was their new HasLab project, which is going to be a giant man, a 24-inch tall giant man. Pretty cool looking figure. Honestly, I wasn't really excited when they were kind of teasing it. Like, they were uploading images, kind of like a comic panel type thing, kind of hyping up who it was going to be, and eventually, obviously, it was Giant Man. And at first, I wasn't too excited for this announcement. I was kind of like, I'm not crazy about, like, Avengers characters and stuff. But once I actually saw the figure, I was like, that actually looks pretty good. It's going for a decent price, which I think is definitely some of the feedback that they took from the Ghost Rider project that failed. And they did mention that. They mentioned that they learned a couple things from the Ghost Rider one. One was the price. That was definitely something that people hounded on them about. And the second thing they announced that I believe they're going to implement in future HasLab projects along with this one. For fan-funded projects like this, they will have a series of unlocks. If we get to 8K, then it's officially backed, and then if we get 10K, you get this. If we get 12K, you get this. If we have 14K, you get this. And during the presentation, they announced that they're no longer going to put figures behind those tier unlocks because they felt that it was unfair to people, which is completely understandable. I can see both sides of the argument there. One being, obviously, if you don't back it, you do miss out on some of these figures. And then the other side is, this is a fan-funded project. This is a special thing for the fans. So only the most hardcore fans are going to back this and want to, get all the different tiers. And you should kind of reward them with something cool and exclusive. I understand that. But if I did have to lean one way, I'd definitely probably lean the way of not including figures, because it does kind of suck to have those behind paywalls and then never going to happen again. Anyways, all that aside, I think the figure looks pretty cool. I like it way more than I thought I was going to, which I'm very happy about. I believe it has a high chance of getting backed, especially for the price point, for like $200. You can kind of justify that for this gigantic figure, no pun intended. But yeah, he's 24 inches tall, there's 91 points of articulation. Alone in his hand, he has 29 points of articulation in each hand, so that's pretty insane. And just the detail that they put into it, it's a really, really cool looking figure. So I'm probably going to back this, but I'm probably going to wait till the end of the project. It's supposed to go from September 8th to October 23rd, and I'm probably just going to wait till like the last day and back it. Hopefully I remember, because it'd kind of suck if I wait till the last minute and then forget, and then I'm like, fucked. That would really make me angry, but I'm going to set a reminder for myself. And after that, of course, Marvel Legends had their own presentation at Hasbro Pulsecon. They announced a new wave that I actually think looks pretty cool. The wave consists of a character named Power Princess, Justice, Vision, Crystar, Savage Namor, Namorita, and Black Panther. And each figure comes with a Build-A-Figure piece to build a character by the name of the Void. And honestly, I think everyone looks pretty cool. There's two standouts for me specifically. One, Vision. I think that's going to be an absolute must for me. I've been wanting a classic looking Vision with the green, the red, and the yellow, and this looks like it's going to fit that criteria for me, so I'm very excited about that one. And then another one that I was actually pretty excited about, but I have no idea about the character, is the character known as Crystar. I've never heard of this character. I've never seen this character. Like, for all I know, they just made it up for this wave. But I really like his design. I like the translucent look for him. I think he looks super cool. And I'm probably going to pre-order this whenever it goes live. I actually like it that much. And then there's a couple other people in this wave that'll probably wait till they go on sale before I pick them up. And then there's a couple people that I'm not too interested in. But decent wave. And the Build-A-Figure, the Void thing, looks fucking wicked. And after that, they announced another wave of figures, and I know I just talked about in the McFarlane news section that I don't talk about movie figures But I'm going to make an exception here. So Hasbro announced a new wave of Marvel Legends figures, and it's going to be based on the Spider-Man No Way Home movie. And in the wave, you get Zendaya as MJ, Matt Murdock, Sandman, Tobey Maguire Spider-Man, Andrew Garfield Spider-Man, and Tom Holland Spider-Man. All of them coming with unmasked heads and masked heads, which I thought was a nice cool touch. And then they announced a couple more figures from the movie. They announced a couple deluxe figures, and that being the Green Goblin and the Doc Ock. And all this kind of buildup of me talking about this is the one figure that I thought looked so fucking cool was the Green Goblin. I think the figure looks solid. It's a great likeness to Willem Dafoe, and I'm really, really digging that glider. I think that's probably the coolest part about that figure. Also, you get a actual goblin head on top of the kind of cloaked look that he was using in the movie, so just a very, very cool figure. Really big fan of this one. And last but not least, we have Transformers Beast Wars news. For months, I've been begging Hasbro, give us something. Give Transformers, the Beast Wars fans specifically, give us a little something. I'm not asking for a lot. Just give us a drop every once in a while. Give us a little bit of attention, you know? Especially with this year, the Rise of the Beast movie came out. I thought it was going to be a big year for Beast Wars. And honestly, it was kind of disappointing until Hasbro Pulsecon 2023, where Hasbro just came out swinging and was like, hey, we hear you Beast Wars fans, we hear all four of you, we know you've been under-delivered in terms of getting stuff for your fandom, but have no fear, the 40th anniversary of Transformers is going to be in 2024, and we're going to be celebrating all facets of Transformers. And goddamn, did they ever. So to start off the presentation, they showed off a very, very cool poster of kind of, hopefully, what's to come. And if you look at the poster, you know, you see your typical, like, Autobots and Decepticons and vehicles and shit. And then there's one guy in particular, actually takes up quite a bit of the poster, a very cool-looking character by the name of Magmatron. Now, Magmatron, for those of you who not know, is from the Beast Wars Neo cartoon. If you remember during the Beast Wars portion of this episode, where I introduced the character Stampy, Magmatron is the overarching villain of that series. And basically, it kind of seems like they're going to be making that figure, which would be fucking cool because not only is it a cool character, but it's just a cool design because it's actually 3 dinosaurs that combine together and make one gigantic robot. So out of the 3 dinosaurs, you get like a T-Rex looking dinosaur. I'm not sure if it's a T-Rex. I don't think it's a T-Rex. I think it's more of a raptor. You get like a pterodactyl looking thing, like a flying dinosaur. And then you get like a plesiosaurus, which is like a water dinosaur. And they all come together. They come and they form Magmatron. And if they actually fucking make this, that's going to be super cool because, you know, with Beast Wars, like the original cartoon, they've kind of done everything they can to this point. I'm sure there's a couple more characters that they kind of squeeze out, but for the most part, they've kind of, you know, touched on every character and stuff. And if you look at the previous episode of my monthly figure pickups, we showed off the Leo Prime, which is a character from the Beast Wars 2 series. So it kind of seems like, hey, we're going to start seeing some more Beast Wars 2 characters. And now, on top of the Beast Wars 2 characters and the original Beast Wars characters, we're going to start getting some Beast Wars Neo characters into the mix, which is honestly so fucking cool. I'm so happy that they're touching on each of those. As a Beast Wars fan, that's honestly super cool. But something I hope that doesn't come to fruition, which they kind of made a joke about, where they talk about like, yeah, when we show off these posters, we like to make each character that is displayed on the poster. And then they made a reference to, during the War for Cybertron line, there was a photo of a Beast Wars character by the name of Polar Claw. You know, he was someone that was displayed prominently on the poster, but we never got to make his figure. They did talk about how they still want to recreate that figure, which would be really cool. I'd definitely be down for that. But they did joke about the fact that, yeah, even though he was on the poster, he didn't get made. So I hope to God this is not some fucking blue balls tease of, hey, we're going to show you Magmatron, but we're not going to give that to you. I don't think they would do that, especially with how prominent he is displayed on the poster. I think that'd be really, really dumb on their part. But, crazier shit has happened. But I hope to God that figure comes to fruition, because that would be fucking wicked. And actually, they announced some more Beast Wars stuff. So not only did they kind of give us a little tease of possibly what's to come, they actually did give us Beast Wars fans a little something to nibble on. And the first thing was they announced that they're going to be recreating the character of Snarl / Tasmania Kid from Beast Wars 2. I said both of those names because in Japan, he's known as Tasmania Kid, and in America, when they released the figure, he was known as Snarl. But they did say that when they do release this figure, it's going to be known as Tasmania Kid. And honestly, I think it looks really cool. Compared to the original Beast Wars release, I think it's quite an improvement, definitely an upgrade compared to what is already out there, and I'm probably actually going to pick this up, especially this figure here as part of the core class, which is more of a smaller figure, because with Transformers they have different classes: core class, deluxe, Voyager, leader. I think there's more, but those are the 4 that I'm familiar with. And basically with the core class, those are kind of the smaller figures. If you actually look at the Beast Wars portion that we did earlier, the Rat Trap figure that I showed off, that would be considered a core class character. So as you saw, if you did watch that portion, it is a smaller figure in size comparison to the other figures. So I think this Tasmania Kid is going to be in good scale with the other figures. I think it actually looks really, really cool, and I can't wait to pick this up, especially for like $15. You can't go wrong. And honestly, I thought that was it for the Beast Wars stuff. I'm like, you know what? They gave us a little tease of potentially what's to come with Magmatron. They gave us Snarl from Beast Wars 2, so I was like, oh, at least we got, us Beast Wars fans got something. And then they were like, no, hold on, we got something else. And it's something that I'm not crazy about. I've talked about it before. I'm not crazy about the Transmetal figures, but they did show off that they're going to be doing Transmetal Tigerhawk. And to be honest, I was very surprised, because I was like, what the fuck? You're really kind of blowing your load with the Beast Wars stuff. Like, is everyone feeling okay? I'm so used to either getting nothing or getting one Beast Wars figure that to get multiple, it kind of blew my mind a little bit. But yeah, they showed off Transmetal Tigerhawk. I think it's actually a pretty cool looking character. Like I said, I'm not a fan of the Transmetals. I like more of like the organic animals, not like the metallized version, the robot version. But honestly, I think this Tigerhawk looks pretty cool. I'm talking about it like, oh, I might pick it up or whatnot. I'm going to pick it up. I'm not sure when. So yeah, I gotta give a huge shout out to Hasbro. As a Beast Wars fan, thank you for what you showed off here, and thank you for hopefully this is a taste of what's to come. And if it is, the future of Transformers and Beast Wars figures looks very, very cool. So that is going to be it for this episode of my monthly figure pickups for the month of September 2023. Hope you guys enjoyed. Showed off some cool figures. We laughed, we cried, we had a good time, and look forward to next month, October 2023, for another month of me making bad financial decisions. Should I save for my future or buy really cool looking action figures? I think we all know the answer to that. So look forward to that. I want to thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. Before I do wrap up, I do want to remind you guys about the giveaway, the Danhausen giveaway. If you have not yet entered the giveaway, don't forget to like the video and comment very nice and very evil in the comment section if you want to be entered to win the Danhausen figure. So make sure you do that. Nothing comes out of your pocket. You're not going to pay for shipping. You're not paying for the figure. I am sending you a free figure if you win. So I highly recommend entering the giveaway. So that is going to be it for me in this episode of my monthly figure pickups. I want to thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. I will catch you in October. Got a couple cool things lined up. Hopefully everything kind of comes through and I'm able to get everything in a timely manner for that episode. So look forward to that. If I do get everything, there's going to be some pretty cool stuff for the next episode, so you're not going to want to miss it. So look forward to that. But again, I want to thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. Keep up with everything that's going on the channel. I'll catch you guys next time. And until then, guys, peace out.